Sorry, no more nerding without
Okay.
cameras.
All right. Gotcha.
So, while Sean turns on his camera, last time we left off, you all finally left Barovia. You finally got out of the town.
We left Barovia. We're still in Barovia.
Yes, you left the town of Barovia.
Right.
You're still in the country of Barovia. But at the very end, you made it to the town of Vallaki.
Welcome to Barovia Berg,
Something like that. All right. So let me
a
move you
subsection
all
of Barovia.
all over to Vallaki. And you are escorting Irina after finally burying her father, staying the night either in the town or at Usmark and Irina's house. And y'all got some fun letters and fancy new clothes. Y'all looking extra snazzy now. And you're all level 4. Yay. So as you approach, and
I did have one
yes.
question I think I might have missed for that time period that I was away. Why are we taking Irina here?
Because her brother believes she will be safer here.
Okay, why and who are we taking her to?
It was just the town of Vallaki. And the reason why is because she looks a lot like essentially Strahd's old love. And so Ismark and a few others believe that she is in danger because of it.
So as soon as we cross the city limits, we just say bye and walk away.
Yeah, this is what kind of doesn't make sense. What is it about this town that is safer than Barovia? Because, I mean, you look at the overall map, this isn't a whole lot further away. I mean, yeah, Castle Strahd kind of looks down over Barovia, but it's still a long distance to get there. And it's a long distance, just a little bit longer here, if I remember the big map right.
Do they have a garlic factory, or maybe they make flashlights that emit the sun?
So
flashlights.
That's what we need, sun guns.
So part of it is that this town, unlike the town of Barovia, has a 15-foot high wall that encloses the entire town. And it's vertical logs that are held together with ropes and mortar. Each log is sharpened to a point at the top. So it's definitely, it's got some protection. There's guards, a total of, a total of 24 guards. Basically 12 are on duty at the time. There are 2 at each gate. And then the other 6 kind of patrol around the border. And they also do little festivals to the gods and goddesses of this land to try and keep the town protected from Strahd.
Oh, good, because I was thinking, the walls probably not going to stop a guy who's rumored to be a vampire.
True.
And fly.
But yeah, and I'm gonna say that Irina kind of explains all this to you guys while you were traveling down the road.
Well, Irina, do you know anybody in this town?
Let me double check. I don't think she does.
So, are you just going to stay in the inn for a while?
My plan was to stay in the Blue Water Inn.
Oh, okay.
Much better than the Yellow Snow Inn.
Yeah.
Um,
You never know in Barovia. Maybe some creature here has blue blood or something, and it actually has some different connotation.
Have you ever heard of the Blue Water Club?
No.
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 Essentially, it's a prank where somebody takes a piece of paper, prints a $100 bill on one side, and a "Welcome to the Blue Water Club" on the other, and then they just lay it down in a porta potty.
Oh no.
Yeah, hopefully it hasn't been used yet, but
That
How
is
will-
disgusting.
yes.
I would
But-
not touch it.
No.
Okay.
For
Anybody
$100.
else?
Nope.
No. I'm not that in need of $100.
Yeah. It's kind of a rough prank
Maybe-
to pull on
Maybe
people.
in my college days when I was struggling a little more, maybe, but not now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
One of the other things that Irina does tell you is the road that you're traveling on is called the Old Salvik Road. And it meanders into a valley watched over by dark, brooding mountains to the north and south. The woods recede, revealing a sullen mountain berg surrounded by a wooden palisade. Thick fog presses up against the wall as though it's looking for a way inside, hoping to catch the town aslumber. The dirt road ends at a set of sturdy iron gates with a pair of shadowy figures standing behind them. Planted in the ground and flanking the road outside the gate are half a dozen pikes with wolf heads impaled on them. I'm going to say it took you most of the day to get here. And so it's reaching sunset as you approach the gate.
If you could actually see the sun.
Oh, yes. A cloudy day. So the doors to the gate are closed, and the guards are standing on the other side of it.
So I have a question before we get too close for the party. Do you think, given these people are putting up all these defenses against Strahd, do you think it would be wise that we continue to wear these clothes, or should we switch back to our old clothes?
I think that it is better to walk amongst people as you want to be, because you are most comfortable in the clothes you feel most comfortable in. If you do not like these clothes, then take them off. But please do not run around naked.
Are we under the impression that people in Vallaki would also dress like this?
Reno would have told you that Strahd has many people who are loyal to him, and those who are loyal to him will be dressed like that. But those or loyal / under his protection would be dressed like you guys are. But not everyone dresses like.
Okay. Then I would say, well, as amazing as we all do look, and don't get me wrong, I'm an 11 who's not used to being surrounded by so many 8s. So I must say that I think, despite that, it might be in our best interest to change back into our normal clothes.
I'm staying in these clothes. You can wear whatever peasant, undergarments you want to.
No. I'll change out of my clothes, but they're still going to be fantastic.
Oh, I can't imagine they wouldn't be.
Good, as long as we're on the same page there, Seven.
I really have a bad imagination. I don't even know what kind of numbers you're talking about. What do you mean? Are you counting the amount of smiles on my face every time I see you? Because there's a lot of those.
listen, Six. It's getting progressively more
Are
difficult
you
to.
counting down for some reason? Because I have no idea what you're doing.
Five. I would never do
those-
that.
Those aren't
Five?
smiles. They call those second chins.
Ah, yes. Very good. It is it is the best thing for people to do to collect chins because it shows how many wonderful things they've eaten. But yes, I think that Mr. Two over here has a good point. Some of us could wear the clothes we came in with, and others may not. That way, we may mix among the people, and depending on if they're dressed a certain way, maybe we send those people over. If they're dressed this way, then we send those people over. Is that all okay,
Yeah. So I'll
Mr.
get
Numerator?
I'll get into my other fantastic outfit.
I'm going to send Archimedes ahead and see through his eyes and try and take a peek into the town and see how people are dressed.
What is Archimedes wearing?
Just feathers and nothing but feathers.
Classical.
And I know that Xander is jealous of that.
Isabel, while they're doing that, she's actually gonna go up to Irina. She's gonna ask her, Irina, these boys are arguing over here. I don't understand why, but what do you think? Would it be a problem with the clothes we have to stay in the clothes that we are in?
He pauses for a little bit, thinking, and she goes, I think overall in Vallaki, you will be just as safe no matter what you wear. People just might not be as forthcoming with information, especially anything you ask that might be against Strahd.
Okay. Good to know. She'll like nod her head towards her and move towards the boys and say, I am changing. Do not follow. And so she'll go off into the forest nearby.
What is she changing into?
A mimic.
Oh, I knew it.
I'm transforming.
Can't trust anyone.
I'll say, Irina kind of does like girl code and like stands there like ready to fight anyone who tries to follow.
Yeah. So
I just thought you'd like do some spins like Sailor Moon and it'd be all over.
I wish it was that cool.
Purposefully turned my
Wonder
back.
Woman.
Okay.
Yeah. She goes off. You guys see her go off, and Irina follow.
Okay. So Xander, do you go to another part of the woods and change, or do you just change?
Oh no!
the street?
Oh no! No! I'm like if we're in the road, I'm changing straight up in the middle of the road.
Okay. Anyone else changing? Greyborn, Lucian?
I will change into my previous pose. I think
Okay.
I'd like to reserve the capability of at least gathering information on Strahd.
Okay.
Are you hiding, or are you also pulling a Xander? And
Well, I'm not going to turn around.
wait, what? Oh no, I'm not turning around.
I turned my back away from where
Oh, okay.
the girls
Oh, yeah,
went,
no.
and I'm just going to change here.
Okay.
All right. So we have two guys changing in the middle of the street. Isabel's changing in the woods. Greyborn and Broski, what are you doing?
I'm looking for an outfit shop they could have changed in, because now we're nudists.
Yeah, you're not in the town yet. You're just kind of changing in front of the gate.
Yeah.
Yep.
These poor guards, they have to deal with all this.
Okay. So Isabel's done changing. She's coming. She's on her way back.
Okay.
She's gonna see the boys. She's gonna get everything sorted. She's gonna look up, and she's gonna be like, And then she's just gonna keep walking to the gate now.
Okay.
And
You
she's
mean when
gonna
she
say
looks at
Irina.
Xander, it's not going to be one of those like movie scenes where it's all lit up in like sunlight and slow motion as he's like taking his shirt off and
You can make that. Here's what we're gonna make that happen. So
There's no point.
it's gonna be like a fantastical thing that you think you look like. Oh yes, sparkly, nice, and that's all in your head. And then what everybody else sees is you just changing and doing these weird movements, and that's what everybody's seeing. Like you're doing weird movements, and we're all just looking at you. And it's like all in your head. You hear the music in the background, but only you. Well, only you do see that, but everybody else is just watching.
yeah.
And
That's on brand.
you don't see Archimedes doing strafing runs.
Wow.
So they have a stable nearby, right? For the soldiers.
I mean, the soldiers are
Stable?
like
Soldiers?
the people of the town.
Like for horses and stuff.
They don't really have horses.
Oh, okay. What do they have?
They have sleeping quarters and homes.
Oh.
There is an interesting horse down south, though, I heard.
You have heard of one.
I have.
So is anyone going to try and talk to the guards at the gate, or are you just going to try and push your way in?
Well, if
Matt, are you okay?
Yes.
I just see your like head slowly fall further and further.
We're all going to die.
So
Yes, but it matters how fantastically you die.
And how fantastic
Exactly.
you
we're
look.
we're starting with the bar real low, so when we do triumph, it's gonna be amazing.
So if Broski hasn't already started going towards the gate, I'm gonna start going towards the gate. And I passed by Graveborn now. Wait, do we know his other name yet? No, we don't, right? So yeah,
I do, don't I?
Yeah, only Xander does.
Yeah. And so then I tap his back and I say, I know. And I keep walking. And she's gonna come up to the gate. Is there like a spot where I could talk into, or is it like what am I?
Yes. So the gates basically they are tall gates made with iron bars. And they have kind of slats through them that you can. There's Archimedes. Like y'all are on this map. You're over
There's
here.
a small and a big.
Yeah, well, I can't move Archimedes on the map.
Oh, let me. Oh, that's because for some reason it didn't save that it's Archimedes.
Oh, that's
oh,
rude. So you replaced Archimedes with a were owl.
No, I did not. I just messed up. I think when I copied, I forgot to copy Archimedes, so I dropped him and then forgot to reset his stuff. But there you go.
Archimedes is a mimic.
Everybody forgets Archimedes.
Everybody is a mimic.
No, I think his was just the one that didn't want to
pretending to be
resize.
something else.
Yeah. So through these slits, they can kind of defend the gate at when it's closed / locked. So you can talk to him.
Okay. So I guess I'll go up to wherever I can, if I can see anybody. I'll say, I'll say very in a quiet tone, excuse me.
Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? What do you want?
We are here from a town not too far. We're here escorting a young woman to this town, and we were wondering if we could be let in so we can complete our task and our job.
And it's a male and female guard. I realized I didn't say that.
Okay.
So the male guard kind of leans over to the female guard and is like, "Do you think should we let them in? I don't know. I mean, it's near sunset. We don't let anyone in after sunset. Maybe we should make them do the test." Yeah, that's a good idea. So then they turn back to you and go, okay, but each of you has to get agreed to be scratched by this, and he pulls out basically like essentially like a letter opener.
Mhm.
And like you each have to agree to be scratched by this before we let you in.
Um,
What is this?
Hold on, broski. Let me ask real quick. So you want us to get scratched by this?
Silver.
Yeah, silver. Okay.
Please.
Uh,
It's silver.
Do you
Why?
wash that thing, or do you just scratch one person after another, spreading germs?
What are germs?
They're Germans.
What's a German?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry.
it's she said no, disregard what he said. Okay. Why are we needing to be checked with silver for? What are you checking for?
Because if if you're a werewolf, it will hurt you. It will hurt a lot, and you scream. And we don't let werewolves in here. See?
Okay.
And he points to like the spikes.
Okay. And she'll look over and she'll be like, oh, okay. I understand. Okay. You can go ahead and scratch me. Let me tell my friends here what needs to be done as well so they can come through. Okay.
Okay.
So she'll like step away for a second, let them know exactly what they told us, and then she's gonna then go back, like stick out her sleeve and her arm, do what you need to do.
And they'll just take it. And it's I was like, you don't have a cat. But like you know how did you grow up with dogs? Like have you had like pet dogs? Okay. You know
Yeah.
sometimes when they're playing like with their teeth, like they'll bite you and it will hurt and like leave a little like mark, but it's not really any damage kind of a thing.
Yeah.
It's like that. Or like,
Okay.
you know, a lighter scratch from a cat's claw for those of us who have cats.
Yeah.
That could be anything from a butter knife to a chainsaw.
It's
I was
more of
gonna
a
say
butter knife.
Shiro,
It's
Shiro
more of a
does the
butter
play
knife.
biting too.
Okay. Yeah, it's more of the play biting, the butter knife. Where
I
you're just
guess
kind
it's
of like,
depending
hey,
on if you have pork rinds in front of your cat.
True.
we all learned last week. So Isabel's going in. Irina's gonna let them scratch her. Is anyone?
I will.
Okay.
Next. Nope, not that arm. Tried this one.
Yep. Those three are fine.
Don't worry, broski. It won't hurt your mimic self.
Can I talk to you over here real quick?
Who? Me?
Graveborn?
Oh.
No, Graveborn. What if it turns out that I am a mimic? Or perhaps a werewolf? How would I know?
Well, you'll find out shortly.
I walk up
Okay.
and say, go ahead.
Okay. So you're allowed in.
Ow.
Don't forget to test the owl.
The owl flies up.
They throw the knife at the owl.
Okay. That makes sense. I mean, they don't actually throw the knife at the owl. They kind of try for.
They have arrows for that.
Yes, very good. Okay,
Yes.
you can go ahead and scratch me, but if you leave a mark, I am going to give you such a pinch.
I mean, you're gonna get like I said, it's like a cat scratch or a catch. So it's gonna be a little mark, but it's not gonna be permanent.
Then I will pinch you.
Do you really want to do that?
I step way away from Broski.
Okay. So are you actually going to pinch the guard?
Can I roll for deception?
What are you trying to deceive?
himself that this is a valid plan of action.
No, I'm not gonna do anything
Okay.
this time.
Right. So then, Xander, I think you're the last one too.
Okay, I'll go up and I'll let him scratch me.
Okay.
And
You're fine.
when he does, I go, ah! Just kidding.
I was like, do you really do that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
They begin to stab
sure?
immediately.
You now
I
notice the
scream and then I'm like, just kidding.
four
I stand even
guards on
further.
each side of the wall with bows.
Yeah, probably with silver tipped arrows. I'm going to stand even further away from Xander.
Okay. So you said you really scream, right?
Yeah, but I also said that I also say just kidding.
Okay, one moment.
This is really important to you, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I did it. I'm not gonna. I don't think I should just take it back if I said I did it. So
It's bad enough that the Lucian wants to ask questions of 1,000 ghosts, but you want to play like, haha, no, I'm kidding, with a bunch of guards that are going to poke you in the face with their arrows.
So they don't believe you. They don't
Says the
believe
guy
you're
that
kidding.
was going to pinch the guards.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's different.
Okay, I stick out my hand again and I let him do it this time. Again. I didn't even roll anything.
No, I did.
Oh.
I
Yeah, I
rolled-
stick out my hand again. I'm like, I'm just kidding. Scratch me again.
So then what they do is, instead of the letter opener, because you had your moment of fun,
I did.
they are going to step back and
Oh, give him a silver ear piercing. That'll help.
Set him on fire.
okay, so I'm gonna say they poke you with their pike. It doesn't really do any damage since it's an
Okay.
8.
But it leaves a nasty hole in your cloak.
It does leave a little hole in your shirt. I will state that.
God, I need to learn the mending spell.
Yeah, too bad you don't have that.
But when you don't, I'm guessing you just kind of look and you're like, my shirt.
Yes, actually. I'm like, excuse you. Learn to aim better.
So
try again.
we all died at the gate.
Pardon me. I would like to trade you my spear for your pike. How can we come to a bargain?
Is your spear silver tipped?
Maybe.
That's a no. So we can't.
Okay.
Where can we purchase silver tipped weapons, by the way? That sounds like it'd be handy.
I am very interested in that as well.
In my travels, I have heard that there's a bird that has the beak of made of silver. I don't know if it's true, but
no, of course not. That's physically impossible. The bird would die if you removed his beak and made it silver.
Well, I've heard that it was like a little cap that just stuck onto the tip of the beak.
I've heard that bards have silver tongues.
I also heard that he was led by one of the greatest archery masters of all time.
Really? That's a very interesting thing to have heard. Did you hear anything else about traveling?
That's not what I heard. I heard that there was Zombozo that followed around one of the greatest birds of all time and pretended to be his master.
Well, maybe we got our stories mixed up or something.
I am so confused.
Jet has a
Oh, this is your other character.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Lee also has silvered arrows.
So there's like a multiverse.
Tell the guards you'll have to forgive him. He has been running a fever lately.
He has been a fever lately.
I can imagine. I mean, this could all be in the same universe, technically. I could just see it all our Strahd group crossing paths with the Unkillables.
I mean,
Technically, we're not in the same
Crypt
universe.
Kicker-
Technically, we're not in Faerun anymore. So,
no,
Oh.
you're in your own
Yeah.
demi-plane.
Oh.
Well, you're in Strahd's own demi-plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well,
Unfortunately, the only way to prove that you're actually in the same universe is to be at the same place at the same time. But I don't know if that's going to happen.
I mean,
So the
not
Crypt
anytime
Kicker-
soon, but I could see about doing a giant crossover one shot.
So we would
That
play.
I
two
would just
players at the
drink,
same
like I
time?
would just sit here with a bottle the entire time. Like it wouldn't be a blue cup; it would just be a bottle, and just like
yeah,
okay.
but let's wait until the Strahd people are like 8th or 9th level, so that they survive meeting the Unkillables.
Yeah.
Well, and I want to mention that after this morning, it's been canon that Serenity is a part of my D&D campaign as well. So, because she met my party, so technically that means that there's at least 3 parties running around.
So that means that the Unkillables are going to have to go and save Serenity.
I saved the group today.
Yeah, Serenity saved them.
Okay.
That doesn't surprise me in the least.
Yeah. So the Crypt Kickers
yes.
5 and the Unkillables, and then what's the name of the other group?
They are the Attitude Adjusters.
The Attitude Adjusters.
Yeah.
Those are some amazing group names, by the way.
All right. So after a bit of tension, you all actually get into Vallaki.
Xander, you're gonna get a punch from Isabel on your arm, by the way, and a disappointed head nod.
Oh,
Oh,
sad.
it is kind of sad.
I shake my head at Xander and kind of grab him and say, "Come here."
Yes.
I cast Mending on your shirt.
Thank you.
Say, don't do that to the people with sharp, pointy objects.
I want to. Never mind. Not going to say it.
Then he casts Prestidigitation and turns it this ugly mud brown.
Okay. So you're entering the town. There are kind of homes on either side of you right now. Where would you like to head?
Well, did they tell us where that place that they sell silvered weapons is at?
So that would be in the town square, which I was just on what number it was.
We have no numbers.
I know. For my map. So it is over here.
Right here?
Yep. Right here.
And is the inn this little thing next to it? That looks like a big blue place.
That's what I was thinking, but I was going to ask the guards.
When you ask the guards about the Blue Water Inn, you find out it is over here.
Oh,
a non-blue building.
Yep.
of course. Should we check in first and find a place to stay?
Yes.
And maybe about 8 before it gets too dark.
And Isabel will nod and agree in doing that.
Yeah, I also nod.
As we're walking through the town, does the place seem to be as deserted as Barovia was?
There are definitely more people. One of the things that you do see is, especially as you kind of head more kind of northwest on the road, you do start seeing signs that say, "Come one, come all to the greatest celebration of the year, the Wolf's Head Jamboree. Attendance and children required. Pikes will be provided. All be well, the Baron."
I am interested. I am sold. I am so going. I go up to Broski, who I think is the only person who would be most likely to be interested. And I say, Broski, we got to go to this. We got to check it out.
Unfortunately, we don't have any children. Apparently, that's the price.
Wait, what?
We don't have any children to trade. Did you hear the person? They said children required. That must be the entrance fee.
We could dress up Archimedes.
Yes, as a little schoolboy, and then we trade him away. That sounds fun.
I think
Yeah.
we trade Broski away long before we trade Archimedes. Archimedes.
We could dress you up, Broski, as our overly husky son.
I could dress you with a beating. Would that be nice?
Listen, whatever you two will decide to do in your own personal time.
Broski, listen, if it's gonna cost you a little bit more than that if that's what you're interested in.
Oh, I think you're a cheap date. It's okay.
Wow. Okay.
One of you could do the reverse of 3 kobolds in a trench coat. We could cut
What
one
would-
of you in half and the other one just drag you around by the hand.
Well, we got to do that to Broski since he's the mimic. But wouldn't that make
My
2 of them?
God.
When you cut a Broski in half, is it like
Okay. Now,
Is it
okay.
like a
that
worm
brings up
where
a
you have 2 of them?
That brings up a very good question. In the Thing, is everything a mimic? Because they're mimicking people in the Thing, that 1970s movie.
Oh, not the
Or is it
sequel?
1980s?
80s.
Yeah, it's
And then
80s.
there was a sequel.
Yeah, the sequel. I don't think the sequel
Excellent
was
sequel.
as good.
Technically.
Oh, okay, cool. But wouldn't that count as like everything becoming a mimic? Because like one person's head falls off and they grows like legs and starts crawling away and stuff like that. So essentially, it's a bloodborne pathogen mimic.
Sure.
No objections? Okay, cool.
I accept it.
All right. Henceforth.
All right. So you guys said that you're heading to the Blue Water Inn, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna say that.
Or I thought we were going to the fair.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where are y'all going?
I
Where
would
is
love
the
to
fair?
go to the fair.
I'm going hand in hand with Xander, and we're going to skip and frolic at the fair.
I
Okay.
think we
No
should
joke, but he wouldn't be against that. So
Cool.
I
That's all
I
good.
think we should get our rooms before it gets dark, so that at least when
yeah,
we
sorry,
go,
Lucian, we can't hear what you're saying. Bye, nerd.
La, 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 la. Then we run.
I head for the Blue Water Inn.
Okay.
Well,
So
Maybe
we're-
their next characters will have a little more self-control.
All right, where are we running to?
Probably in the wrong direction. Like
Yes.
Let me get
Back
back,
out the
into the
gate.
where you
woods.
guys are. All right. So, Broski and Xander, you are both. I will move you over here. Anyone else going to the jamboree with?
I expect some
these
very
three
good
fools?
animatronic teddy bears to sing us a bunch of country songs.
No.
It's going to be more like Five Nights at Freddy's.
Welcome to our land. It is a very fun place. You can find a lot of things and get a mace in your face. Anyway. Sorry.
So I just
as you're saying that, Xander's thinking, I bet one day there's going to be a Xanderland somewhere.
Zanderland. That does sound kind of
It just
futuristic.
rolls off the
So
tongue, right?
to my in group, my group going to the inn. Because it's on a different map, we're gonna do yours separate. We're gonna
Okay.
do it second.
Oh, they can go first.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I don't have
No.
an option to split players to 2 maps, so you would all see the same map.
Okay.
That's
So-
okay. I mean, it's going to be easy for us to find them. We just look for where all the guards are going to break up and all the problems and arrest the troublemakers. We know they'll be there.
So yeah. So Isabel, you going to the inn and
Yeah.
Greg
So
Jordan,
just to
where
quickly
are
let you know,
Okay. Yes.
I'm joining them to the inn, but just give me like a minute or two. I just got a call on my work phone.
Yeah. No.
And so
I'm starting with Xander and Sean first, or Xander and
Perfect,
Broski.
okay.
I just wanted to make sure where you were. So go take the call.
Okay.
All right.
To the bat phone.
So you two fools. As you head towards,
Ah!
as you head towards the town
Blue
square,
cup? Hmm?
Very soon.
Okay, cool.
As of right now, probably at the end of this. So the
Awesome.
shops and homes that enclose the town square are decorated with limp, tattered garlands and painted wooden boxes with tiny dead flowers. At the north end of the square stands a row of stocks, locked in which are several men, women, and children wearing crude plaster donkey heads. In the center of the square, peasants in patchwork clothes eye you suspiciously as they use cups and vases to draw water from a crumbling stone fountain. Standing tall at the center of the fountain is a gray statue of an impressive man facing west. All around the squares are additional posters about the Wolf's Head Jamboree.
Huh.
The good
You
news
know-
is you won't stand out. Just two more jackasses among people wearing masks.
There you go. And you guys should all have kind of a copy of this proclamation about the Jamboree. And from what you can see, it looks like the Wolf's Head Jamboree has already occurred, making these proclamations out of date. So you
Wait, did we miss it?
You missed it.
How? The guy just said.
No, you saw signs.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying "come one, come all" from some guy at the gate.
That's on the signs.
You had so much emotion in it that we read the sign as if somebody was speaking it to us.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is such an enthusiastic poster.
Gee golly gosh.
Going to hang out in the square?
Yeah, are there any like food like stalls or like whatever the equivalent of like a cotton candy person or like a
I'll say that there's like one or two kind of like one drink, one food stall that look like they're just kind of they didn't have anything else to do, so they're there.
Xander, I think we have an opportunity here.
Yes, what's our opportunity?
Opportunity is
to make the DM jerk some of the blue cup more.
Indeed. We seem to be late for one party that seems to be very stinky. They did not have any flair. They did not have any sparkles. They did not have anything that you could bring to this very dreary town. So, what if we had our own Xander fair? I smell montage.
I also smell a montage.
And then
Okay.
Xander and Broski being thrown in jail.
I mean, I would kind of like you to so are you actually having this conversation in the middle of this?
I feel like we would. I mean, hush, like to
is that illegal?
Well, no,
Really?
I'm just no, it's not necessarily illegal.
Okay.
It's stupid. Stupidity is illegal.
You'll have no problems finding something illegal to do.
So unfortunately, you guys are being relatively quiet.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Oh, we got to be louder.
But can you both make me a perception check?
I suppose if that's what you want.
It is what I want.
Come on, computer, I know you can do it.
Okay. Broski notices nothing. Xander, as this gentleman, who I have dropped on the map, gonna make his token a little bigger, approaches, he's probably about 10-15 feet away from you when you notice that like this gentleman is approaching. He is about like 6 feet tall, kind of muscular.
Before he arrives to us, I'd like to whisper over to Broski, we got our first sucker coming up here.
Yeah.
So I did give you guys the handout for what he looks like.
Oh, he needs a nail file like pronto.
Oh yeah, this guy looks like a real idiot.
He's got his nails are way too long. If he's got to pick his nose, he's got to pick his brain out.
Is that what happened? Never mind.
Sarah Lynn, you might have to mail me a blue cup.
think so.
It won't be there in time.
It's on the way.
Okay. So
I say, hey, what if you talked me up to be some like larger than life icon, so that way we can start the Xanderland process.
Yes, let's. That sounds like fun. Okay. Oh, sir, this is such a wonderful town, but not as wonderful as you. You have the prestige of all the land and so many wonderful fans. I can't imagine that any of them haven't heard of your coming to this wonderful place. What? Who is this? Is this one of your fans coming up this way?
It must be. It must be. What's your name, sir?
Hello, little boy.
I say to Isaac, is that his name? Isaac?
Yes. Isaac is how I was going to say it. Isaac.
Isaac. Okay, I say, what's your name, sir?
Isaac, what are you doing in this town?
Well, I'm a bit of a famous figure around here, and so sometimes I like to spend my time in a little bit more of an anonymity. Pretend Xander pronounced that better than I did.
Okay.
And
he likes to be an underwater type of places where clownfish like to hide.
No, that's an anemone.
Very good.
And so I'll go from town to town, but between shows.
Have you not heard of his show? He actually takes your town and spruces it up, makes it more exotic and more fabulous to make you feel like, I feel like I am in some kind of reality-based show, that there's somebody who is talking to somebody else and they're saying, look what we just made out of toilet paper and toothpicks. Isn't this beautiful?
He's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's that insight?
Yeah, I think I was debating on doing an insight check, but I think
Don't roll a one.
Huh?
No, she's just going to skip straight to initiative.
No, I'll be nice.
Oh.
So I want you both to roll deception.
Dang.
Bro.
Cheese it, it's the cops. Where is deception?
Okay.
Oh, damn.
Yo, you guys like, oh shoot.
Stalemate. We can't tell.
I'm using the help action.
Yeah, you can bring his 18 down to a 13 with that.
Oh.
Like with the tie,
It would go because they rolled the deception
I
and
know.
he rolled against them. He would be overcoming the deception if he matches.
I would say, how about we have a roll off?
Rollsies.
Or a dance off. That would work too.
Yeah.
Dance off.
Okay, we will both. I'll do the rulesies because we'll just see who's better. I'm like, because I know with like, yeah. So we'll both roll.
Oh no.
Oh, good. I was gonna say D20.
Oh no.
At 20.
That would be funny. All right, so he wins. So what he does is.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help.
I'm never good at rollsies.
Xander, roll me a dex check.
Oh no. Well, just a check.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
So, I'm gonna say he basically just kind of like pins your arms at your side, and it's just like, you're coming with me.
Hands off, 4.
You really call him a 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, Wait. Please. We came here in nothing but peace, and why so hostile, my friend? We came here for the festival, saw that the festival was not available, so we're considering doing something else that might make people happy. Why would that make you unhappy?
He points over to where some guards are actually replacing the old signs with new ones.
Oh,
And
what kind of signs are those?
I'm showing you.
Mm.
So he goes, we don't need cheering up. There will be a new festival in 3 days' time. But you have lied to the burgomaster's right-hand man. You're trying to deceive this town, and you will come with me to the burgomaster's house, and we'll see what he has to say.
I think they want to
ob- Objection?
No objection. He we'll do another check in a moment. But he,
well,
yes.
I whisper over to Broski. Well, Broski, on the bright side, the others they couldn't possibly be any better off than us right now.
Yes.
And then
Yeah, then one moment. So
fade to better off
22.
half team.
Dang.
All right. So yes. So we're going to then put a pause here and head over to the Blue Water Inn, which I know I have to move you boys off of it because you did not come over with them.
They will never make it here alive.
Well, apparently some guy who makes burgers wants to, talk to us.
Yeah, he was running low on stock.
All right. So, the Blue Water Inn. Gray smoke issues from chimneys of this large 2-story wooden building with a stone foundation. The sagging tile roof has several there is a sagging tile roof upon which several ravens have perched. A painted wooden sign hanging above the main entrance depicts a blue waterfall.
I don't think Broski and I can see anything.
With the ravens.
Yes, sorry. I will move. So, you, Broski, and Xander, I'm going to put you on the map, but I'm going to put red X's over you because
we're dead.
Yeah, you will soon.
You're dead to this map.
I have a black map currently.
Couldn't this just be like a dream sequence that
We're
just having?
Bottom left. I guess it's dark and only people with night vision can see.
Yeah.
It is kind of dark, but I can fix it.
Oh, and can I see through Archimedes?
You should be able to. One moment.
I currently am not set to do so.
He has 120 night vision. There you go. Okay. Lucian has vision and Isabel has vision. All right.
And what is the dotted line out here?
That is, I will tell you in one moment once I delete the duplicate Xander and Broski I accidentally made.
No, one is enough of each.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said let me delete them first.
Can you delete the originals too?
No.
Not until they have a fair trial. We need to get a ring of wishes to make the originals disappear.
Mm-hmm.
So that told me. I was like, I know I was told what this was.
That's what I get for picking a class without dark vision.
I mean, you do now have the
ever burning torch, yes. So I'm going to refresh and see if I can see anything.
Yeah, I do believe I did just give you 20 feet of dark vision. So that area is kind of the dotted line. is almost, it's basically like a little low fence that runs around the place, but it's one of those like you could easily kind of step over.
Low fence. Interesting.
Yep.
But that's not polite. Isn't the front door off to the side somewhere?
The front door is right here.
Okay.
So Irina, she's already inside.
Yes. I'm gonna say Irina just kind of headed right inside, basically while I grab her token.
Okay.
Like she's
So-
familiar enough with the place. She was just like, I'm just going in.
Okay. I guess I'll follow. as
Yeah.
well.
Okay. So I can spell. Let me get on the right map, the right part of the map as well. There we go. All right, there we go. Arena right here. Okay, so this inn is Vallaki's main gathering place for locals, especially at night. And at the bar, you see Danyanka, who is the bartender. She also runs the inn that is upstairs. And yeah, that's kind of what you see when you walk in. Let me also just grab.
I'm just moving my token so I can better see it.
Yep.
But I like I like to imagine that it's Xander's ghost just hanging out with the rest of the party.
So you're practicing.
Yes.
It's like it's Among Us, and he's like floating around while we do everything.
Essentially. All right. There you go. So there's some of those locals who are in the tavern as well. So it's kind of crowded. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a pretty crowded tavern. Shoot.
So what are y'all gonna do? Anyone gonna head up and see about staying at the inn?
Yeah, I'm gonna
So
ask how much
This-
a room.
just to quickly ask about the task that we were doing, we were gonna get paid for it, right? For taking her over. Or was this a favor that we were doing? I can't remember.
You were going to get, well, most of you were going to get paid.
Okay.
Xander said he didn't need to, that
Okay.
he wasn't going to take the money.
He was hoping for payment of a different kind.
Sure was.
Yeah.
And look where I got nothing to show for it.
I don't
And,
think that's your type.
If you're more open to dating at family reunions, you'd be just fine.
Is that what you do, broski?
No, it's what his parents
We
did.
are like the Egyptians. We seem to date in the same pool. That is why we are so smart.
Is that what your dad, uncle, and your mom, aunt do?
You know them? You know Uncle Mommy?
Oh my god. All right. I'm going to go out to Irina and talk to her and ask, Irina, is there anything else that you need assistance with other than safe passage to here?
Not at this time, but thank you for your offer.
Of course. Well, I think if are you planning on just staying here in the inn while you're in town?
Yes, at least for a few days.
Okay. Well, is this the best place to find you if we ever need to speak again?
Yes, I will be in my room. And then she kind of points to the stairs and she's like, I'm going to have a meal and then head up there soon.
Okay. Well, let us know if we can provide any other assistance. I think me and my friends, as you can see, Broski and Xander have already left, but I think we're going to go into town and speak to some peoples within the town.
Understood, and I wish you luck on your mission.
Thank you. So she'll go from there and probably go over to the bar. Is that where the innkeeper is? The bar?
Yeah. So one of the bartender is right here. Lucian is right in front of her. And Lucian, you said that you were going up to the bartender.
Yeah, is that where you'd get the inn over there, or is there another
Yes,
place?
that's where you'd get the inn.
Okay. How much for a room for the night?
And she just kind of stares at you for a moment and goes, "You're Lucian, are you not?"
Yes.
Victoria told me you might come by. For you,
Mhm.
the room is free. For your companions, it will be 1 gold piece for a room and a meal. 1 gold
Oh,
piece.
thank you. Thank you. I'll let them know.
Okay. You'll probably see Isabel just come right by you at that moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she will kind of, looking at both of you, let you know that we have purple grape mash wine. We also have superior red dragon crusher wine. And then we just have a regular kind of ale to drink.
Okay.
I want to ask. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna pass along a gold coin for myself for a room, and say, my friend said it was 1 gold piece for a room and a meal. I was wondering if I could get that, please. So she'll like slide over the gold coin over to him.
And she nods and says, "Of course." And then tells you, let me figure out which room I'm going to have you stay in. Okay, so she tells you that if you go up these stairs right here, and basically turn left at the top of the stairs, it's one directly at the end of the hall. If you would like a room by yourself, or since you have companions, if you'd like to share a room, she has one with 2 beds. That's the second door on the right upstairs.
Okay. I think I'd prefer my privacy.
Of course. So she gives you the key to that room.
Okay.
And then, yeah. So then, Graveborn, you said you were going to.
I want to ask Arena which room she is staying in. With your permission, I would like to have one nearby in case you need assistance.
Okay. So she says she is staying in the room directly at the top of the stairs. And there is another room that is next to it, and it has 2 beds in it if you would like to share.
I will come over to the bartender and inquire about that room.
Okay. And she tells you it's available, and asks if you would like the room to yourself or if you're going to share with one of your companions.
Myself.
Okay. Alrighty then. Okay.
And the price being still 1 gold?
Still 1 gold.
I will pay 3 nights in advance and slip an extra gold over.
Okay. He thanks you kindly and asks
I hate odd numbers on my sheet.
and asks you if there is anything that you need.
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that is all of you over here. Are you guys just gonna kind of have a meal and relax? Go to your rooms?
I think
It's been a
I
long
think
travel, probably a meal first.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same. I think I wanted to order a meal, have a seat, but have a seat where I can see everybody and
Okay.
scan the room for, er, you know,
The
around.
rooms come with 1 meal a day, so it's basically free if you put caught in the room.
And on the menu tonight is a cooked wolf steak that comes with hot beet soup and fresh bread.
Bread?
Smothered in a lycanthropy gravy.
Mm.
Only to be
I
served
need to
during the
stock
full
up
moon.
on bread.
And then you also get your choice of wine.
Is
Right.
this meal kosher?
What's that?
You've got bread and water where you're headed, if you're lucky.
Hey, yeah, they give him bread. Wow, luxury suite here time.
Oh yeah.
Only if the person in the cell before them died without finishing it.
I see.
Mm. Then I
Yeah,
got some bones to chew on.
Don't worry about that water's kind of yellowy tint. That's nothing.
Oh, are you talking about the toilet wine? Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what was the fancy wine we get here?
You get either a purple grape mash wine or a red dragon crush wine.
Okay.
So is the only thing on the menu is this wolf thing, the wolf steak food?
And the hot beet soup and fresh bread. And then they have kind of a weird, because I'm making this up, a weird chicken meal.
Okay. She's gonna get the
That
beef
tastes a
soup and
lot
bread.
like wolf.
Yeah. She'll
On it though, we don't know.
right. She's not gonna be comfortable eating the wolf, especially with understanding that they kill werewolves and not sure whether this is actually wolf or not. So she's gonna get the beet soup with the bread.
Okay. So you're just going to get a big old bowl of beet soup with bread. All right.
The soup gets up and punches you in the face.
Okay. Okay. So after you have your meal, are you going to stay at the inn? Are you going to try and figure out where?
I don't know whether if Graveborn or if Lucian are gonna do anything, but she's gonna eat, but she's gonna scan the room as she's eating, seeing who's in the room. Like, does anyone stick out to her that she sees there?
So, not really. There is a gentleman, and I'm trying to see which one of these lovely people who comes out right here. Who he definitely appears to be the owner of the establishment. I'm gonna say you hear a few people call him Martov,
Martov.
Mr. Martov. Other than that, it seems kind of like the like this table over here is just kind of townsfolk who are just kind of hunkering in, not really wanting to be outside right now as it's getting dark. And I'm gonna say as he makes his round, and he comes over to Lucian, and I'm gonna say out of Isabel and Graveborn, if you would like to make a perception check, you can to see if you hear kind of bits of this conversation. He does. Okay. Mr. Martov sticks out a hand to Lucian and goes, "My good sir, you have been expected. I have heard good things about you, and you are welcome here at any time." And Isabel, you're too busy like staring at the group of commoners to notice. Solution, he made that comment to you, so you didn't need to roll the perception check.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, which comment were we?
So Mr. Murtaugh came up to you and like shook your hand
Oh, okay.
and said, Master Lucian, it is nice to see you. We've been expecting you, and we've heard good things about you from a mutual friend. You are welcome here anytime.
Of course.
So Graveborn hears that, and Isabel, like I was saying, you're kind of distracted. You don't know what this group of people that I accidentally switched people's places. It's fine. You're trying to figure out why they switched places. Like you're just like, what's going on over there? It's like, that's so weird. Are they playing a game?
Yeah.
And I will say one other thing that Mr. Murtaugh tells Lucian is if you have any questions about this town or its people, and he kind of gives you a knowing look, feel free to ask at any time.
Yes, I'll be speaking with you shortly.
Thank you. Is there anything else any of you want to do?
Just as Irina heads upstairs, I want to pull her to the side and quietly tell her, when you go to your room, make sure your door and windows are secure and do not open them for someone you do not know.
She gives you a nod and says thank you, and that she will do so.
Like that's going to help with the mimic running over that.
I mean, mimics are great. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but it's going to look like one of us when it comes to killer.
No. Anyways, Irina will then be heading upstairs. Is there anything else that you folks want to do, or should I jump back to my
The last thing
troubled
I'll
voice?
say, since we've gotten rooms and eaten, it's probably been a little while. Shouldn't have Xander and Broski be back by now?
I was actually funny that you said that. Isa was gonna say, well, I was actually just thinking the same thing.
When has Broski ever missed a meal?
I was just thinking we need to go collect them from the jail.
Jail?
Well, you know those two, right?
True. But I mean, yes, I think it would warrant us going out to look for them. They should have been over here by now because, of course, like you said, Broski not eating a meal, that's kind of odd.
Now Xander, I can picture being late. He might have found some hole in the wall bar somewhere.
True. True. Or
well, and he could have dragged Broski into it, in which case that's where they are, or as I suspect, they started a bar fight and got into jail.
Okay. I think then we should look for our friends.
Well, I wonder if any of the vendors are still out, in which case maybe we can find that place that has the silvered weapon.
Everyone seems nervous about sunset, so unlikely. Your best bet will be check back in the morning.
Probably. Okay, so we could ask around and try and find out if there's been any disturbances and that sort of thing, or we could just wander around and try and find them.
Well, you seem to know someone here, or they know you at least.
That's what I was saying. I could certainly ask around if you like. You could too, if any of you want to speak to them.
Well, I'm not very familiar. It seems people seem to know you. So I'm okay with you, asking around yourself. And I'll scan for anything that's suspicious that I see.
Okay. So I just walk up to that guy that I spoke to earlier and say, I had two companions that ran off after we entered the town. They were heading for the market. That closed though, right?
They were heading for the town square?
Yes.
I mean, we had a festival like a day or two ago, but definitely this time of day, and kind of glances out the window, night. Yeah, nothing's open. Everything's closed by sundown here.
Where would two wayward troublemakers have gone?
And
I'm trying to be polite.
Two troublemakers who went to the town square.
Yes.
Probably ended up at the Burgomaster's house.
Hmm.
Depending on what they did, they may or may not be still alive.
Well, it sounds like there's nothing we can do about it tonight. We should just let it go.
yeah, they'll have to install new pikes outside the gate anyway.
Yeah.
It'll take a little while.
I'm going to walk back over to my friends and go, well, no word of them, but the place did close, and there's really nowhere else to go if you're not inside, except unless you've gotten into trouble, which, you know, knowing our wayward companions, in which case they're probably at the Burgomaster's house and may or may not have a death sentence, so may or may not live through the night. Do you think we should track them down?
Probably. Did he tell you where his house was?
Yes, I can find that out fairly quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure? It is dangerous out at night.
I'm not afraid of the dark. If you are, you know, we can wait. But
No,
I
it's not
think...
the dark I'm afraid of. It's the werewolves and other things out there.
Okay. Well, yes, let's go. Let's go find our friends.
Okay. Did we want to leave someone here to look after our Irina?
Well, this town seems to be heavily protected. I mean, I would ask your friend if he thinks there could be any danger to anyone in town. Just to confirm.
Okay. Greythorn, what do you think?
She should be as safe as she can be in her room. She's not going to open her door or window to anyone she doesn't know. I've already spoken to her.
Okay. I don't think that would help.
That's why I said safe as she could be.
Well, if you're worried about her, again, ask her friend what would be the best thing to do for someone to stay safe in the inn, if there's any other way besides staying in the room.
I don't know that would be helpful either.
Okay, well, do you want to stay, or because I don't think I want to stay. I think I want to find our friends.
I do too. I'm just okay. If you two go ahead and try and get our friends out of trouble, I'll try and stay here and listen. And Grapevine, can you come with me so that we can talk to Irina and make sure she knows that I'll be in and I'll point to whichever room I'm in.
Okay.
If she needs anything.
Lucian, give me a moment. I will move you over to your room.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get this room.
Okay, and where is her room?
Her room is over here.
Okay. Then, Faithborn, are we going to speak to her briefly?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
will move you over here real quick, and I will grab Greythorn, which is going to be a 2-jump up to her room. So I'm going to say you knock on the door, and she lets you in. She goes, yes?
So my companions are about to go out and find our other wayward companions. We'll be right. I'll be, and I point to the door that I'm at, in case you need anything. And I'm going to lean in fairly close to her and go, do not trust voices. They may not be who you think they are. And I make sure Vaporn can hear that too.
Okay. And at that, she just nods and goes, I trust very few people, but thank you.
Okay, that's good. Because we're going to get, and I say, Vaporn, I'm over here. Let me know when you find our companions, and good luck. If you need help, well, you know where to find me.
And if you need help, you won't know where we are.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, actually, I'm thinking, why don't you take Archimedes and he can fly back and get me if need be.
You might want to keep him here in case you need help and send him to us.
Good point.
Okay, I think we got everything covered, and you can cut
Okay.
back to our two
Two fun balls?
jail/cellmates.
All right. So I'm going to say that
Just trying to figure out who's the top and who's the bottom.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Bunk.
God.
Bunk.
All right. I may need a break in a minute.
That's fine.
Chiro's telling me to shut up anyway.
Nobody knows the
All
trouble
right.
I've
So
seen.
Grayburn and Isabel, after going to the town square, you do find out that your two friends were dragged off to the Borgin Master's place, and you ended up there. So as you are coming in, I don't know why you ended up there. So you two would already be in at this side at this point. So you both come up to a lovely looking home, which I now need to find where I put that. There you are, hiding behind everything. So this mansion has walls of plastered stone that display many scars where the plaster has fallen away from age and neglect. Drapes cover every window, including a large arch opening above the mansion entrance's double doors. And then as you're kind of even just standing outside, you see people coming and going from the mansion. Guards are citing criminals for malicious unhappiness. And then men and women are carrying bundles of twigs into the building and leaving empty-handed.
What a happening place.
Yeah, well, you both are.
I'm just curious if the twigs are to, burn the people who are, causing trouble.
Oh no. It could be for
Twigs.
a lot of things. All right. So, my two troublemakers, let me grab you real quick and move you to where you actually are in this house. By the time they arrive, you get dragged up to the second floor. All right. So, my newcomers, what are you gonna do? You get to this.
I don't see anything yet.
Knowing them, they'll probably start a fight.
Are we supposed to be on another map?
You are. I was finishing prepping it. There we go. Correct map.
Okay. So it's just those three guys. It's the two of us and then three guys in front of it. Or no, that's two dogs.
Two Mastiff. The Baron is in front of you, and then Isak is behind you.
Okay, so the four is behind me and some other guy is in front of me. Okay.
Let me see.
I just, for a moment, they like drop us there and I'm like.
So this is the The gentleman with his hand out is the one that you are standing in front of. And his name is Baron Vallaki.
Here we go.
Apparently, I can't do anything with my computer.
Man, even the dogs look old.
Like you can't move your token, or your computer is frozen.
This is not connected.
I think those dogs are vampires too.
Probably.
They're pretty dogs.
They're mimics.
That's why they
Mhm.
look like that.
That's what they are. Oh, right.
I'm going to reload my computer, but I can still go off of my phone for the call. So
Okay. All right. So then, you two boys, Isaac kind of
We can make death saves for you if you want.
fine.
I appreciate it.
I'll give David control of your character sheet, and you can roll the death saves. It'll be fine.
That one.
Yeah, I mean, ask Leo how good I am at death saves when they take someone
Hmm.
else's character over.
All right. So you you get literally dragged into this office. And it's surrounded by bookshelves full of tomes that look older, like not so, like I would say about a third of them are crumbling, a third of them are new looking, and then the other third are kind of somewhere in between. Well worn, well read books. And in front of you is a ruthless looking man who you can tell is just trying to have do what he thinks is best for the town. And he thinks that the town being happy will is what protects them from Strahd. So he has this kind of like overconfident air about him, but also like he's very stressed because there's some giant threat. And Johnny,
This is
you're muted.
the ugly looking dude with next to the woman.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I was gonna say overconfident and trying to make the world happy. That's I don't know what that's like at all.
No, not at all.
Xander, do
Mm.
not comment on his hair.
And as you're kind of brought in, the Baron stands up and just kind of looks through the two of you at Isaac and goes, "What are their charges?" And he goes, "They were conspiring, sir, to defraud the town and cause mischief."
We wanted to throw a party.
That is not true.
Nailed.
I guess we'll never have Xanderland. Oh, it's too bad.
Do you say that out loud, Broski?
Yeah, I do. In as whiny a tone as I can.
Just pretend you're Xander.
Wow, rude.
Honestly, Your Highness, your big burgerness, we did nothing wrong. We were simply talking about, the fact is we missed a festival, didn't know that another festival was about to happen. And so we were thinking maybe we could make another festival and be really cool. And it'd be like pow and zim and zam, because this guy is all about pow, zip, and zam. And
it's true. Those are my things.
Yeah. And so, Mr. Burger Heine, we're trying to, make people happy. Seems like that's what you want to do. Why is it illegal when we want to do it?
I think you laid it on a little bit thick there, man.
I'm just being, I'm being real. I'm telling you, like, you know, Mr. Grabby over here with the long ass nails, drag queen type nails. Like, my goodness, you got to just go ahead and, you know, like, file those down a little bit.
You really say that?
I do.
So
y'all are so dead.
my friend here he's
Insane.
had a rough day, and you see what had happened was um you're gonna kill us, aren't you?
Even
No.
Xander is speechless.
Maybe I just made the best speech of all time.
I mean, he just kind of stares at you for a moment and then looks at Isaac and goes, "Get these spies of the devil Strahd out of my town."
Oh, whoa, we are not. No, we don't know Strahd. Actually, if you won't mind, I can prove that.
Never met him.
And how would you go about doing that?
Do you mind if I cast a spell on my friend here?
What kind of spell? Have you cast a spell on me before?
No, none. Well, no, actually, I don't think I did. No, I didn't cast on illusion. Yes, I did, but it's okay. You don't remember. If you don't mind, if I cast a spell, I can prove that we've never met Strahd before. Will you allow me to do that?
Or
Okay, so I throw out. I reach in and I throw out pockets of glitter, and it all falls down and makes. And then up from the ground rises a sphere, and or not a sphere, cylindrical glowing light, and Broski's in the middle of it, and I say, Broski, have you ever met Strahd? And you have to answer truthfully.
No, I have not.
Broski, do you work with Strahd?
What do you mean work?
Broski,
do you work at a?
Are you hired by Strahd, Broski?
No.
Okay. Broski, do you think Strahd is a good guy?
I haven't met him. How would I know?
Okay, fair. From what you've heard, do you think he would be a good guy?
I haven't met him, and I don't know anybody who
But
has.
from what you've heard by Irina and other people.
Oh, that's the one with the dead dad.
Right. Just answer the question.
No, I haven't heard anything about him. So, who is Strahd?
You have heard something about him.
I have.
You can't lie. Yeah.
No,
it's zone of truth.
What have I heard?
Everything Irina told you.
What did Irina tell me?
So I turn to the other guy. I say, so my friend is an idiot, but he is telling the truth.
Paper.
I'm sure somebody as important as you, and trust me, I understand. I can spot them a mile away. It takes important people to know important people, and I'm sure somebody as important as you would know that this spell is Zone of Truth. So you know that he
I did get a letter from him.
I didn't ask you that, broski.
Doesn't matter, he said.
And you know he's telling the truth.
I pulled the letter out of my pocket. It's like, see, I don't even know this guy.
No, broski.
But he hired you.
No!
That is all the information I need.
What do you mean hire? What, do I look like an interior decorator? What am I doing? What's my job? I'm a mercenary.
You've been
He
working
hired
with
you.
you've been working with Strahd. I'm standing out of the zone, by the way. You've been working with Strahd?
I don't know what you mean. I'm not working with anybody.
Right, because you've
mean,
never met him, and you don't know, you've never met him before, right? Because you have to tell the truth, you've never met him, and you'll stop and you'll only answer the questions that I'm asking you and say nothing else?
I've never
Beating
met
the witness.
I've never met Strahd. Apparently,
Correct. No more questions. So,
I mean, so I will state that the letter that he has and that he showed you is the one that from when you were originally hired to go into the death house. And he's like, I recognize this handwriting. He paid you 100 gold.
oh my God. I can't believe a friend of mine.
He paid me 100 gold to what?
Actually,
Yes?
real quick, that letter, does it say Strahd's name in it?
It does
'Cause
not.
I don't-
He recognizes the handwriting.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Just thought I'd put that out there.
It says that there is a house that has long been rumored to cause grief and strife to all those who enter, and that the house appears to be holding a child hostage. That is the house that Strahd uses to bring adventurers into this town. You were paid 100 gold. This is Strahd's hand. So he paid.
But Broski, does Broski know that Strahd wrote him that letter?
He does now.
He does now.
I have another letter.
No! Broski, no!
Do you hand him the other letter?
Yes.
Okay.
Broski. We are never hanging out again.
At least he hasn't gone. Xander, didn't you get a couple also?
No!
Yeah.
So I'm gonna state that at this moment, the room is now filled with guards. If you hadn't noticed.
Oh, I'm gonna roll a new character soon.
And the outside of the house, you just hear laughter.
Nope. So what happens now? As I mean, if the two of you want to try and fight everyone, you can. If not, they are just going to escort you out of town and lock you outside the gate and tell the guards not to let you in.
And you get bitten. And
Can I step into the zone of truth and tell him things that instead of being escorted out of town, can I prove my innocence?
Can I say one more thing? This guy.
No, please
Definitely.
don't. Please, no more things to say. That's okay.
No,
you've
this
been a
guy-
great help, Broski. No, you've been fantastic.
This guy
Please,
definitely
please,
is
no,
not
you've been a
working
great
with him.
friend. That's okay. Don't say anything else. That's fine. I'm just gonna keep talking loudly. Just don't. Just it's okay. I'll speak for myself. I appreciate you, Broski. I appreciate you. But if you would just give me a moment to shine, you've had your time. Can you let me?
I'm gonna
Roll
use the
persuasion at disadvantage, Xander.
You know, by talking over him, you're just making them more interested in what he was going to say.
I know.
Can I roll
I
for
know.
persuasion?
No, you can't.
Why not?
What are you trying to persuade him?
I'm trying to persuade him that I'm the only person who has any of these letters, and he does not, and has, as far as I know, does not have anything to do with it. If I have accidentally received some kind of monetary funds from some jerk who I don't even know, and I've received a letter about some stalker who's stalking me, that's my fault, but it's not his.
Rolled a nat 20 and I got a 25.
I saw that. I am rolling. All
but
right.
your disadvantage loses.
Yes.
Oh, right. Shit.
So I don't think insight's the one I meant to do, but okay. But yes. So he isn't persuaded. He doesn't believe you. And just goes, so are you going to go quietly or are you going to die?
Will you let me defend myself, please? Can I
I'll
please
go.
just?
I'll go play outside. That's fine. I don't mind getting out
Okay.
of this place with all the pokey sticks.
Okay.
Will and I no like hands up, no weapons drawn or anything. I say, will you please let me step inside this and tell you the truth?
He is thinking while I am thinking.
Okay.
That was supposed to be the zone of truth. I told the truth.
Yes, I just don't know. I just want to check what zone of truth if.
You told too much truth.
This is
He's
why
asking
lawyers.
Okay, it does say
questions.
centered. Okay, it
This
does
is
say
why
centered.
lawyers work with their clients before they put them on the bench.
Yeah. That's a yes.
Very true. All right. So then, sure, he will let you step into the zone of truth, but
Oh, where did my 23 go?
you are a magic user who is in the presence / company of someone who has shown him a letter from Strahd. So just keep that in mind.
Yes. I know. I step into the zone of truth and I say, I have never met Strahd before. I am nervous and scared about the day where I may, or in the event that I would meet him someday, I am scared of that happening. I know he's capable of terrible things. I don't. I'm not looking forward to it. I don't trust him. There's nothing about him that I have heard that has seemed positive. He is, I think, evil. He's somebody that is rightfully to be feared. And I don't know if I said I don't trust him, but I also don't trust him. And this is all true.
What happened to our flamboyant, over-the-top Xander that was going to change Strahd?
I don't know, but I am going to.
I think he's become a humble, very sorry that things are going badly because the stupid friend said something really stupid.
Right.
It's almost as if everything Xander normally says is a facade.
So there we go. I've moved the rest of you into the room so you can see what's going on with your friends. So he looks at you for a bit and goes, many who work with Strahd work with him because they fear him. And
I don't work for him.
He pauses and goes, that may be, but you are in the company of someone who is known to work with Strahd. And like he kind of holds out the letter, and has received letters from Strahd.
If I may, he did not know that was from Strahd until you pointed it out. He had no idea that was from him.
He can't read.
Yes, but and then
he also can't read.
There's no pictures on here.
Then what I'm going to do, so I just want to double check. Sean, you handed him the letter that came with your outfit, right?
Yeah,
okay.
I handed him the letter.
So then he is going to show it.
It's going to say something like, my most loyal servant, my most trusted of all time.
Other than Xander.
Right, exactly.
Here's what I'm going to offer. Can you just show him, you can read it out to everybody, exactly what it says on the letter.
I've added it to Johnny's journal.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes.
oh, and there's even a picture of an outfit on here from a darkened closet. Wow, I didn't realize that there was an internet in Barovia.
That was just so
Barovia's got Wi-Fi.
Nothing else gets in and out. Might as well be Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
We scared her away.
I think it's blue cup time. Nothing else. I think it's happening.
Oh wait, now he's here. Oh wait, she went away.
She emptied the blue cup that fast. Had to go back and fill it up again.
Okay, so does anybody get the reference to the Group W bench?
The what?
Mm-mm.
Nobody.
No.
Okay. Alice's Restaurant?
Been a long time.
And they all moved away from me on the Group W bench.
I can almost picture Xander and Broski going on the road and putting on a show, except I don't know which one of them's the straight man.
Neither. In no way are either of them straight.
Got two curlies and no mo.
Yeah. Yep,
There's the
there's
blue
the blue
cup.
cup.
And the bottle.
Because one blue cup is not enough. Oh, she's hiding it now.
Too late. We saw it. Too late. We saw it.
I wasn't trying to hide it, just trying to make room.
I'm surprised you just didn't bring the bottle and the straw.
Well, here's the thing with the bottle. It's mostly empty.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you got a second one over there, right?
No. Yeah, no, it is a giant bottle and it's basically up to here. That's all that's left. Because we've had it for over a year. So I've already made my first drink though.
Well, that rate will speed up now that you DM.
Yeah.
It won't take a year for the next one.
We'll see. All right. So, my lovely fools, you've tried to convince him that you aren't working for Strahd unsuccessfully. At least he believes that one of you was working for Strahd. So at this point,
even though Broski did say I am not working for Strahd.
Technically, I'm not.
But he was hired by Strahd.
When he said it, he didn't know.
Yes.
Right.
But now he knows.
Here's the thing. The Baron is not the most logical of men. And he is trying he is trying to keep Strahd from his town. And now there are people who have letters from Strahd.
Just one person that has letters from Strahd.
Okay, there's one person who has a letter from Strahd.
Out in the distance, outside the town, you can hear Sprosi saying, "Fine, I'll build my own town with hookers and blackjack."
Okay.
And Germans.
Germans.
So, yes. So, I do apologize, Xander, but you are with Broski. You're both getting let out of town unless you want to fight your way out.
Can I fight it with words?
I'll give you one last try. but I will move Broski and some of the guards out of the room to try and separate you all.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay.
You know, if I was a high enough level, we could sneak them back in by transforming them into some small innocuous creatures.
And then step on them.
What level would you have to be for that?
I think it's 9. Actually, I might be 7. Yeah, 7.
Mm.
And you're level 4, unfortunately.
Oh well. More
Too
than
bad.
halfway there.
So y'all stay safe outside the gates for 5 more
Yeah.
levels.
Okay. I would like to. I would like to cast. Oh, go ahead.
We have nice cushy rooms in here, warm beds and good meals. And you want us to go out there now?
I don't know. I
Let's
kind
hear
of thought it
this
was going to be more
last
fun going this way.
desperate attempt.
I would like to cast enthralling performance.
He's not making it out of the room alive.
Wait. Didn't you try that on the team one time?
I
He
did. And
how did that work out for you?
well, actually, I won't retcon anything, well, because Sarah Lynn can only do that. But if I cast it, you don't know that it was cast. It's so natural that it's not a spell. It's just a performance, and so it looks nothing more than as if I'm just being very charismatic. So you wouldn't know that it's working.
Okay, so it does. Okay. Yeah, you can, because I was reading it real quick.
Yeah.
Sure, you can try and cast.
If they succeed on the throw, they don't know you tried to charm it.
Right, and I googled it. If they failed, do they know? And there's some going back and forth, but I believe I saw somebody that said that it's presumed not to be known, but it's also it's at the end of the day, it's DM's choice.
Well, if it's one of those, so the way I read it is if it's failed, they're charmed. If they fail it, they're charmed. I know it doesn't say anything about succeeding, but I would think if they succeed, they aren't charmed.
No, right. But what's most important to me is whether if they fail, do they know? And I always read it as no. They don't know that they don't know that they don't know that they were charmed.
It doesn't
it's an automatic win no matter what.
So,
no, they have to roll to see if they succeed or fail on the actual being charmed. But I read it as whether you're charmed or not, you don't know that it's magic. You don't know that it's like charming you or trying to charm you magically.
Yeah, it doesn't specifically say that they do, and with other charmed things, it does. So I will agree with you on that one. So he would make it's a wisdom saving throw.
The big question is, how many people are in the room?
Well, I'm only trying to charm. I can only charm 4 people. And so I'm going to charm the guy, this guy, this guy.
You think?
Isaac, yeah. And then are there any 2 guards in the room that look more against me than anyone else?
Hi, Loki. I would say the 2 closest to the Baron, so the 2 on your left and right.
Okay.
Look a bit more, but that could just be that they're up close and personal with their boss.
Okay, that then those 4 in all cardinal directions are the ones I'm casting.
Let me.
Why are we talking about baseball?
We are. Okay. All right. Let me do Esek and the Baron first, and I am not looking at that screen momentarily because I got a whole ton of character sheets in front of me. And now I need to grab the guard one.
He may pull it off.
2 fails so far.
Okay. And where are yours? Luckily, the other 2 are just guards, so
Your chances go up.
all right. And what is your? Oh, unless it's more than or less than a 14, or more than a 14.
I'm trying to find it. Where is it on D&D Beyond?
Your spell save DC is a 14. If you click the
Okay.
spells tab.
Yeah, I did that. Where? Oh, there it is. Spell save. Okay, 14. Yeah.
So yeah, so 3 of them fail. I'm gonna say all of them fail because I generally like to do ties go to damage. So ties would go to being charmed. So they all fail. They're all enthralled. So I'm Broski, you're the only one getting thrown out of town.
That's okay.
They could
I don't
still be
mind.
enthralled and idolize him and regret having to throw him out of town.
True.
We're so
But-
sorry. We have to do this.
Wait, so with them being enthralled, just asking a quick question about it. Does that not allow them to be persuaded easier, if anything?
They're charmed.
Okay.
Means they can't attack him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But John, I'm gonna say I'm rewarding Johnny for trying very hard, and also I want this like I want this I want to move on. So you are thrown out of the house, but you are not thrown
Okay.
out of the town.
Can I be gently escorted out of the house?
Sure. Let me move you back outside the house.
Lovingly.
Yes. The 2 guards you charmed gently grab each of your shoulders and guide you towards the door. The other 8
Right.
guards just grab you and chuck you out the door.
Well, to be fair, like 6 of the guards are around Broski.
You can take them.
Taking them right now.
Do I have Thunderwave?
I don't know. Do you?
Well, it's cloudy and might rain. And can you do this?
These are the guards that are going with Xander. All right. Stop it. I want to deselect you all. All right. So Xander, you get the lovely joy of watching them escort Broski out of town. And then the rest of you.
Broski, I'll never forget you.
I hate you.
I'm gonna say right now is about the time that that Isabel and Greyborn walk up. So you walk up to see one of your friends completely surrounded by guards, being told things like you can't come back. You're not allowed in this town. Like, I can't believe you would do this. You've insulted the Baron, kind of.
Blah, 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 blah.
And the 4 around Xander are like, you know, two of them are just kind of like looking like I can't believe this happened. And the other 2 are doing the whole like, you know, Mr. Xander, like I understand that you know you don't want to be associated with that gentleman, but unfortunately, like you were in the town square with him. Like you can't.
Xander, you're dead to me.
Like that. Like
I say to the guy that guy's enthralled, right?
yeah, the 2 that are right next to you.
So the one that's talking to me, I put a hand on his cheek and I go shush 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 shush. It's okay. It's okay, darling. It's okay. And I reach into my pocket and grab 3 gold and I put it into his hand. And I say, it's fine. I understand. You're just doing your job, babe.
And seeing the 3 gold, he like kind of perks up and was like, oh well, you can't go back in the Baron's house, but if you need anything, like just let me know. Do you know where you're staying?
I say as he says that, I move my hand from his face down to down his arm and into his hand, and I say thank you. Actually, I've got some friends that found the Blue Water Inn. So if you need anything, just that's where I'll be.
Okay. And
Isabel, he's forgotten about you already.
Of course, no surprise.
so yeah, so Grapefruit and Isabel, that's what you walk up on.
I'll be honest. I was trying to figure out a way out of this situation, but I couldn't think of a thing.
Don't let anything be deceived. This is my posse. They're just walking me outside.
It's great.
I'm just walking away slowly.
But I look back, I'm like what? And then I'm just like, okay. Like in her mind, she's like, I guess I'm gonna have to fix this. Which I don't even know how.
I also came to realize that while someone might recognize the clothes, I don't want to run the risk of them being recognized.
Oh wait, you didn't change, did you?
No.
Oh shoot.
His only other option was the Scarecrow outfit.
Well, my other option was
or the swimming trunks.
No, rather than the fancy dress clothes would be the military combat outfit, which is along the same lines and would be possibly recognizable as, I don't know, something.
As military garb.
I have a set of clothes that look exactly like Xander's you could wear.
No, he doesn't.
And why would I?
I have no idea.
If he can't pull it off, I certainly can't.
Oh, let me tell you, there's been a lot of people asking me to pull it off.
I think that was the tongue out of your head.
Wow.
And leave it behind.
Okay. So
on my new adventure outside the town, what happens?
I've got to figure that out.
You find a new party to hang out with.
Browski Puppy Chow.
Browski
they assure you they are
makes his way to the Unkillables.
They assure you that they are not mimics.
Mm-hmm.
And they prove it by turning into werewolves.
They do not.
Turn into werewolves?
They do not turn into werewolves.
Okay.
That would be a bad idea for them.
Oh no, we're horses. Yeah, that's what you need.
Or something.
Bad horse, bad horse, bad horse, bad horse.
So, Broski's thrown out of town. Xander has successfully enthralled himself.
How long does that last?
An hour.
Oh wow. How long does it take him to throw Browski out?
I'm gonna say, because I will move you all to the main map, and yes, I have not resized Broski's tokens that I've thrown on there.
I'm gigantic.
And still getting thrown out.
I'm going to fight these other giants.
That just means you'll be a bigger target.
Pretty much. The Burgomaster Shaw, our home is... Oh no, I made my numbers too light. I can't... Oh, it's over here. So, I mean, he's kind of halfway between the two main gates.
Wait, would I have been able to talk to Xander before the escorting was like in full swing out of the place?
Xander's not getting escorted out of town. They're basically
I know that's
okay.
I'm saying broski.
Okay, sorry.
Do you really want to be associated with them right now?
No,
Xander, this is all your
just
fault.
Xander.
The-
Just Xander.
Oh,
I'm just gonna
okay,
talk to Xander.
So you want to talk to Xander while they're kind of
Well, they're starting to escort Broski,
Okay.
like just in that moment.
yeah,
where-
I'm gonna say they're gonna take a few minutes to figure out like because Xander's out of the building now too. So like two of them are gonna kind of stay to make the two that are enthralled are gonna stay and kind of make sure Xander doesn't go back in the house. And then
Uh-huh.
the other two will join the Kick Broski out gang.
Okay.
Wait, there are two broskies on the map now.
I need to
Oh
I
no,
know
it's a mimic.
on this map, yes, I know. I
This
literally dropped
Malcolm Hemmick and left you in town.
Okay, we're going back to this map. That's just where Broski's going to end up. So while this reshuffling is happening, Isabel, you want to talk to Xander?
As you're walking up to Xander, I switch over to the other guy. That is it. All men, or are there women too?
So I'm gonna say the one whose hand you took was a woman, and the other guard is male. And then for the 8 surrounding Broski, it's half and half.
Okay. So I'll go from the woman to the man, and I'll say, and I'm not particularly
Busy?
picky, or busy. So if you have any time and you just need to, you're off a shift and you just need to get a bit of a break, just feel free to. And I look over and I see Isabel and I say, Isabel,
You're gonna see the moment like she comes up, she's like right there, like on the path, like walking towards that direction. When you say that, and she's gonna have a pretty upset look on her face.
These are my friends. Friends, say hello to Isabel.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
No.
Isabel, it's rude. Say hello back.
She's gonna gesture you to come over to her.
One moment. And I skirt over to Isabel.
Okay.
I put an arm around Isabel and I say, how have you been? What's going on? Let's talk. I kind of like skirt you around to look away from Broski, and in a bad failed attempt to make you not see what you already clearly saw.
Right. So the moment you do that and you finally get closer, she's gonna be like, what in the world is going on?
Well, Broski and I, we got into just a teensy weensy, a little bit itsy bitsy trouble.
Okay.
Just like a smidge of trouble, like a sprinkle of trouble.
Okay.
But it's okay. I handled it. I'm not going anywhere.
I am.
Okay, I see that. What is happening with Broski?
Well, 5 party members was really too much. So say goodbye.
So what is happening to him exactly? Is he going to his death?
No. I wouldn't allow that. I would never allow that without doing everything in my control, which I have. But no, he's not going to his death. He's just being, thrown out of town. It's fine.
Excuse me, what?
He's, has anyone ever told you that your angry face is just perfection.
At this point, she's gonna like get her fist ready, about to punch you in the arm. Okay, you better tell me the truth right now. Is Broski about to get kicked out of this town as soon as we just got here?
Yeah, yeah. But to be fair, how surprised are you really?
Well, let me tell you, I am not surprised, but I'm surprised it happened this fast.
I'm not.
Neither mind.
Okay.
But look, you know what? Between you and me, we're really the only ones that are really good at anything in this party anyway. So why don't you and I just go try to save Broski, and the other guys, like they're kind of expendable, right?
And how are we going to do that? I'm not going to fight these men. These obviously are the Baron's men who control this town. And I am not about to be looked at as an enemy as soon as I just got here. So,
well, speaking of being looked at as an enemy for not having done anything, you're sending a lot of hate my way for somebody that's not getting sent out of town. Are we having a first fight?
Can I leave yet?
You're gone.
Oh yeah, you're already out of town.
Good.
You know, Broski, you're out of town.
If anything, Isabel, I softened the blow.
be that as it may, the result is still him leaving this town, when in reality, we might need him. Because we don't know what we're going to face next. And the fact that we lost a person is bad.
I guess
someone that we know and trust.
I guess he was a big target, so if we fight any big monsters, they'll go for him before us.
She's gonna roll her eyes. She's gonna okay. Well, here's what's going to happen. We're going to talk to the rest of the people and figure out a way we can possibly get him back in town. I don't know how it will happen, but we'll have to figure it out. Because at this point, he's already on his way out of town, more than likely already gone out of town. And we need to figure out what he might need to survive out there. Because they have these walls around this town for a reason.
Well, actually, we've got about 53 minutes or so to get as much information out of my new friends over here. So maybe we could see if there's anything that that the big guy over there is more favorable towards, so we can get on his good side and get Broski back in town. Because if anybody knows, it's going to be the guards, right?
Sure. Okay. I'll go along with this for a moment. But the moment I notice something going wrong, we are not going to continue. You understand?
Babe, you're so serious all the time.
She's just gonna do like a
All right, let's go. Come meet my friends, Isabel, and say hello this time. So I'll take you over. And I'll spin you back around so my other hand is on your shoulder now this time, and I say, friends, hello, come here, come meet my other friend. Friend, are we? Yeah, we're friends. Isabel, yeah.
And they both wave because they said hi before, and Isabel didn't respond.
She just did like a grunt, kind of like a.
So I'd like to ask him, is it just the four of us, me, Isabel, and the two guards that are like within hearing distance?
If Grapeborn wants to make a perception check, he can see if he's in hearing distance if he wants to eavesdrop.
That's fine. But if he can or can't is fine with me. But are any other guards within hearing distance?
Not that you notice.
Okay.
I'm not in hearing distance.
Okay. I'm going to say, So we're pals, right? You and I, like, we know we just met each other, but we're pretty tight, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So if I wanted to convince big man over that we were just speaking to allow my friend to come back, what do you think would be the easiest route to do that?
So the two guards kind of look at each other for a moment and do kind of some whispering. You hear it's kind of like, well, should we say? I mean, it's not a nice thing to say about the Baron. Like, would that get us thrown out of town? Like, they have a little kind of mini debate, and then the girl guard kind of leans over and goes, his ego's very fragile. So if you do things to kind of make him feel better about himself, that usually works really well. But also, over at the inn, they're running out of wine, and when we run out of wine, people don't get happy. And he likes people happy. So if you maybe talk to the innkeeper about what's going on with the wine, then that might help too, because it will make everyone happy. Drunk people get happy.
Okay. And so I look over at Isabel and kind of like a snarky grin that says, like, see, I told you this would work.
I look at him with like that side eye.
And I just smile back. And I say, well, I didn't get your names. What were your names?
You want to know our names?
That's a DM's favorite thing to hear.
I actually have a bunch of names listed. I just got to get to the sheet. I prepped.
Before the guards manage to now throw you out of town for asking the question.
So the girl goes, my name's Valentina, and this is Anton.
Valentina and Anton. Wow, those are some of the most beautiful names I've ever heard.
In the last 2 seconds.
Thank you. His wife really likes his name too.
I turn my focus from him to her.
Poor Xander. Rebuffed again.
No, just because there's a goalie doesn't mean he can't score, right?
Oh gosh.
But does he have a father to bury first?
So I say, well, thank you for the advice. And like I said, the offer still stands for both of you. If you need anything, you can come find me. The name is Xander, of course. And yeah, just anytime you'd like to stop by. And then I remembered that I kind of got out of it for a second, and I remember Isabel's right next to me. I'm like, because we're friends, and that's it.
So
Wait, are you referring to me as your friend or her as your friend?
I was referring to, well, yes, but just then I was referring to them, and I was kind of like getting into my own shtick, and I was like, oh shit, Isabel's right here. So I was like,
okay. So
it's like the when the player is showing his game to the one person that he has a crush on, it's like probably not a good move.
Oh,
Okay.
Isabel, make sure to remember not to mention that Xander looks like Strahd's younger brother.
Younger brother.
Oh no.
There's no family similarity whatsoever. That's
God,
very important that no one else knows this.
Yeah, I really hope not.
And you wonder why Isabel is usually quiet in front of people she doesn't know.
So I kind of give him like a longing glance, and then I spin back around with Isabel and walk towards the inn, and whisper to Isabel, like, we gotta. So we'll come up with a plan. We'll meet up with Graveborn and Lucian, and we'll find out a way to get Broski back. I almost said Sean.
Okay. She's like, fine, let's go back
and regroup. I wanted to do that anyways.
Okay.
And just as
I
soon as
blow
she
kisses,
forces that,
you guys.
she grabs her fist and punches you in the arm. And that's for letting Broski leave this.
Can I want to roll a deck save to try to dodge it.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, that was sorry, I'm gonna click the deck save. Sorry. I didn't mean to roll a
I
dice.
was like, I mean, I'm gonna say with a 9. All right, so I'm going to have Isabel. How hard are you trying to hit him? Like, do you
It's
want
just-
to?
It's just like the upset, like punch in the arm with a
Okay.
friend kind of thing. That's kind of how it is. So it's not gonna do any damage, but it might like, kind of hurt.
Then,
Unless you forget about the dagger in your hand.
then
Yeah,
do me a favor and just roll strength and athletics and see if you beat a 14.
Okay. Oh, I don't.
No, so he classily, I guess, I don't know, finessily, I don't know, cool looking, there we go. He does like a cool kind of like dodge and gets out of the way, avoids your hit. And
I hit him with the other hand.
That's what I'm thinking. I got 2 weapon fighting, so I could just go with the other one.
if you want, try rolling again, and I'll need another dex save from Xander and a athletics roll from
Okay.
Isabel. Mm-hmm. So we got 12. Oh, yeah, no, he avoids it both times.
Dang.
Okay,
Yeah,
you're just gonna have to pull out your sword and stab him at that point.
Okay,
Right.
no, like playful, like punching on the shoulder, I will allow. Stabbing another player.
No, that's
Yeah.
Hey, other players have stabbed me many times already.
On accident in combat. I'm not going to roll initiative between the two of them.
No, I won't fight. I would never fight Isabel.
Okay. So the 2 guards are very confused by your 2 behavior. But what are you 2 going to do now? Are you going to head back to? I'm not rolling initiative. Stop it.
No, that was delayed. That was
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the stop it was more towards Broski.
Isabel, you just have to try to kill the fly that's on the side of his head. And then see if the fly dodges.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, we're heading back to the inn to meet up with Graveborn and Lucian.
Okay.
To come up with a plan to rescue Broski or smuggle Broski in.
Okay.
To rescue Broski with a plan that Xander originally got him kicked out for.
Well,
something like that.
It was a group effort.
Okay. So
really? Who else was in on that?
Well, me and Broski. It's a 2-person group.
It was a team effort. All right. So Graveborn, as they kind of head back towards you, heading to the end, do you say anything? Do you do anything?
Do you walk faster so they can't catch up to you?
I don't want to know.
Okay. You don't want to know what's going on? All right.
I know it can't be good. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, and I mean,
Maybe we should get some rest before we break the bad news.
You saw Broski getting escorted, surrounded by 8 guards.
Xander, I'm guessing you had a hand in that.
A hand in making it so I wasn't escorted out too. Yes, I did. I did make the situation better. You're right.
Okay, so real quick, before actually I jump back to all of you finding out Broski has been escorted out of town, or I guess Lucian and Irina are the only 2 left who don't know. Broski, what are you gonna do once you're outside the walls and kicked out of town?
Let me.
He's gonna run from the wolves all night long. Just keep going.
No, I look at the guard who just kicked me out, and like, I understand why you did that. That was my bad. So let me ask you this: where can a guy get a drink around here?
I mean, from where you are.
Barovia.
I mean, let me make my overlay bigger. I mean, from where you are, yeah, probably the town of Barovia or maybe Kretz would be your best bet. I think Kretz is a little closer.
Where do they make the wine?
What wine?
Can I say something real quick?
Yep.
At the moment, before I get to within 120 feet of Broski, I'd like to send him a message through Cantrip.
Okay.
I just want him to know that we are coming. I am coming back for you, Broski. Please don't panic. I'm going to let the others know what's going on, and I'm going to come get you as soon as I can.
Okay.
I imagine as hard as I can the largest middle finger I've ever imagined.
I don't know if images transfer through message.
I can read between I can read between the lines.
Okay. All right. So in the pause, like you kind of you understand what he is attempting to say.
I imagine right as I get to the 120-foot threshold, I hear the responses, "Thought."
I mean, if Sean says that that's part of the response, I will go with it. If not, I will let Sean come up with his own response.
Dear Xander, eat a donkey bus.
I mean,
Dear Xander, eat shit and die.
I mean, honestly, that's a bit nicer than I was envisioning.
You told me to tell the truth. I told the truth, and you got my ass thrown out.
I did not get your ass thrown out. You got your ass thrown out.
How many messages are we sending back and forth?
I can send as many until Sarah Lynn kicks me off.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Are you talking the cantrip message?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that one's pretty limited.
It's one action. You can speak for one round, so 6 seconds. And yeah, I can it's 120 feet, so it's very quick thoughts. I'm coming back to get you with the other side.
Only 120 feet.
Yeah.
But
it'll cut off pretty quick. So.
Yeah, there is a either first or second level spell that does much better at that.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Xander.
Right.
But he decided Broski's not really worth it.
One thing I do want to know from you.
Yes.
Tell me what somebody says about where they make their beverages.
Well, I'm going to let you know, because you did say you were talking to the guard, that they let you know, and I dropped you all, or I moved you all to the main map. So you're currently here in Vallaki. They kind of give you a general kind of more west but slightly south direction, and it is over here on the map is the Wizards of the Wine. Yeah, Wizards of the Wines Winery. So www Wizards of the Wines Winery. Over here.
Mm-hmm. www.www.com.
That's their
Barovia. Barovia.
I am going to head that
but
direction.
They shorten it just to .bar.
I'm going to head that direction based off the information that I was given.
All right. So super splitting the party. I fucking love it. No worries. Nothing bad's going to happen.
Because we don't know he's wandering off into the dark in search of wine. Many miles away.
Okay. So I'm moving all of you back to the inn for the moment. Well, I set up the winery, which I had not planned on you visiting today. It's fine.
Well, it's going to take him a while to get there.
True. He's
going by himself. He's probably not going to live the trip.
I mean, if I roll
you could roll for encounters.
I mean, do you really want me to roll for a random encounter? I will.
That's up to you.
I'm ready to kill something.
I mean, but you're in town. This random encounter will just be for Broski. That is why I'm asking all of you. Do you want me to roll a random encounter for him traveling at night?
It is not my
I-
choice.
Not mine either. But
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, you aren't wearing Strahd's outfit, right? You aren't wearing the outfit from Strahd?
What, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I'm wearing it.
Yeah, he left it on.
Okay, he left it on. So
He was
then,
making fun of Xander for changing.
all right. So then it might not be too bad.
Just
Oh,
25 werewolves, no big deal.
not 25 werewolves. No, no, no. I have to find out how many things it is.
Oh, roll
Uh,
D100.
She needs more dice.
I don't know, guys, but I think we went pretty off the rails today.
You did.
As opposed to normal.
Hey,
This
we
is
made it
worse
to
than
the
normal.
end. We made it to the end and checked in.
Okay, Leo, we now have 3 people that can't go off on their own now.
All
Yes,
right.
I know.
So broski. All right. So what I'm going no, that wasn't what I meant to do. Go away. Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do, there is a thing called a random battle map. It is blank. I'm going to throw you all on it real quick. And then we're gonna have Broski fight some things by himself.
And we'll see this in the dream as we sleep in the end peacefully.
Yeah, my
cast
mom is
Shield of
giving me
Faith.
visions of Broski right now. That's what's happening.
Yes, pretty much. All right.
Actually, honestly, is no one going to say anything to Lucian?
Well, okay, we will quickly jump back while I prep this map. You all are in the inn. What are you all gonna say to each other? Well, I take 5 minutes and prep this map.
I'd like to let Lucian know kind of the gist of what happened, but more Xander's version.
So
Do you know
not
where
the
I am?
truth.
Exactly. Then I'm gonna go ahead and say the truth after he's done.
Well,
that.
wait a minute. Do either of you even know where I am?
I think is
Well, yeah, we know that you're in your room.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so we go to your room, right?
Okay, good.
Well, and do you did you get a room for both of us? Are we sharing, or am I getting my own room?
I think we all bought our own rooms. I think
Okay.
we probably
Then I'll-
told you that, yeah, the only way to get a room is by paying 1 coin.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Isabel, show me where Lucian is, and then we can go up there.
So I'm assuming Graveborn's following along with us to talk about the conversation of all of this. And so I go to his room where he's at, knock on the door.
Oh, hello.
And you're gonna see a pretty upset. You're gonna see a pretty upset and annoyed Isabel. She's gonna be like, she's just gonna walk in the room real quick.
Have you checked on Arena lately?
Good news, bad news.
Hold on. Important stuff. I look at Isabel. Have you checked on Arena lately? I've been watching to make sure that no one is attacking her door, but it might be a good idea to have someone check on her. That is our job here today, right?
Yes, I guess. So I shall go to her room and check. Okay. Xander, stay here, please. So she and Graveborn too. So she goes over and knocks on the door of Irina's room to check on her.
Right. So you go to check on Irina's room.
Yeah, just for a second.
Huh?
No, yeah, just
Okay.
really quick.
So when you knock on the door, she kind of you hear very quietly, "Who's there?"
Give me 1 second. I gotta sneeze. Shoot.
Fine.
Actually, it went away. That's weird. Yeah. So she's gonna say it's Isabel.
Okay, and with that, she kind of cracks open the door and goes, "Yes, is everything okay?"
In a way, maybe, but No, everything's fine with me right now. I just wanted to check on you to see how you were doing.
Maybe much better than it was at the beginning of the night.
I mean, you're the first person who's come to my door since we got here, so I think it's going pretty well.
Okay. That's all. I just wanted to check on you. Okay. Have a good night.
Good night.
And then she's just gonna go back into the other room and talk with the guys.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess I get to the room again. Now she grabs a chair, sits down, kind of does a whole thing with her leg, just kind of puts it up, and just sits back. And it's like, okay, Xander, tell your story, because I know you're gonna say something that obviously isn't 100% true. And then I'll say the truth. So go ahead.
Isabel, why the hostility? Where is this coming from?
You know where it's coming from.
I do not.
Tell your story, please.
So Broski and I were making our way, and we saw that we noticed that the parade or whatever it was no longer going about, and so we figured, well, we can make our own fun, and we can try to have fun and play a little joke, a little jokey joke on the first person that we see. Well, this lumbering 3 walks up and gets all huffy because he says that we're, disrespecting the town or some other, boring. Honestly, I kind of didn't listen to a lot of what he was droning on about. I don't really like to listen to ugly people. So
he never remembers what he says.
And so he took us to some big guy's house, and it was supposed to be a big deal, and started saying that we were friends of Strahd, which of course we've never met the guy, so how could we be friends of Strahd? I tried proving that by forcing Broski, well, not forcing, but forcing Broski to tell the truth by asking him to step into my zone of truth. I was trying to ask specific questions that he could tell the truth about, and it would reveal that we were in the clear. But unfortunately, Broski was going off script, and it made things a little bit worse, just a teensy bit worse. They didn't trust him. They barely trusted me. It took a lot of magic to get them to see my way. And so I was able to convince them not to kick me out, but not able to rescue Broski in the process. So Broski got kicked out because they think that he is an agent of Strahd. But he'd have to be a sleeper agent because I don't think he really knows what's going on most of the time. So
as soon as you finish your story, Isabel,
Look at Isabel.
Say to Lucien, well, we were correct that they got in trouble, but it was worse than we thought.
He got in trouble. I did not get in trouble.
Well, you both got caught and both got in trouble initially. You just happened to, by the skin of your teeth, make it out of there without getting kicked out of it.
It's kind of my thing.
Broski right now is out in the wilderness trying to fend for himself outside of town because they associated him with Strahd.
Does Broski have his equipment and weapons and stuff?
I don't know. Well,
yes, I do.
Yeah, because he didn't go to the inn.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I mean, he's got his stuff on him, and he's probably the strongest fighter here. So maybe next to Graveborn, but I mean, if any one of us is gonna be stuck out there for a night, and no more than one single night is he gonna be out there, then probably best that it was him rather than any of us.
Seriously trying to justify your actions right now.
Justifying, no, I'm not justifying it. I'm trying to tell you that it's not the end of the world. We can get through this.
You better hope. She's just like straight up annoyed right now because this is not what she had planned. So that's why you see her kind of upset.
Okay,
Well, this isn't what I exactly had planned either, okay? Just because there's somebody that is thrown into power and has this oversized ego about himself. Like, let me tell you, oversized ego is really annoying.
Oh my god.
And he's trying to abuse his power and trying to show that he's the boss. He's clearly never met me before today, and basically what I'm saying is that Broski and I, we really didn't do anything wrong, and he doesn't deserve to be out there. I don't deserve to have go through all of the motions that I did just to not be in trouble. Like, me of all people, please. So I hear what you're saying. I'm annoyed too, but get your judgy looks and your pseudo passive aggression away from my direction, okay?
Are you done?
You know what? No. One more thing. One more thing. No, yeah, I'll be done.
Perfect. Okay. So now we need to figure out how we're going to get him.
I'm wondering how late the bar is open. And I get up and I go and I grab out of my backpack. I grab my backpack and make sure that I have a very long cloak in it and a few other items and put it on, and I walk out the door and go down to the bar.
Okay.
Is it still open?
And then she's gonna be like, kind of just like, what just happened? It's like, I guess Lucian's going to the bar.
Are you like checking out for the night, Lucian, or are you like trying to do some investigation for? Are you giving us the indication that you want nothing to do with Broski right now, and like our wrestling room?
I walked down to the bar.
I'm gonna roll insight to see what your intentions on that were.
All right. I mean,
well, I just don't know if like you were trying to, if you were just like, nope, I'm done, or.
Okay. With that, I mean, he don't really say anything, so it wouldn't be deception.
No, but I'm just trying to read him.
I think you could probably get that if he is going to do anything, he knows that the worst thing in the world he could do would be to have you involved.
I would not assume that. Xander would not assume that.
I'm going to say with the 19, you assume that Lucian assumes that. Like,
okay.
Like, you don't necessarily think it's best for you not to be involved, but you understand that Lucian understands or thinks that it's best for you not to be involved.
Falsely thinks. Right. Okay.
Okay. So Lucian, we're gonna go down to the bar real quick. Graveborn, just for a moment, what are you doing in all of this? Are you in the room? Are you in your room?
I'm in my room. I can probably hear through these thin walls.
Well, your room's on the other side of kind of the opening. I'll throw you.
Yeah, but I know Xander. He tends to get loud.
True. Okay.
Especially the more guilty he is.
So, okay. Xander, were you getting like more impassioned as this went on? Or
honestly, probably not. I feel like until like when I was telling the story,
it
probably
sounded
not.
like it.
It was when I got to talking to Isabel and responding to that point. Okay. So probably all you heard was me responding to Isabel's like looks and like judgy looks. But the telling of the story you probably didn't hear.
Okay. Yeah, I will agree with that. So yeah, so as you got kind of more, I'm gonna say impassioned because Xander is a very passionate person. Yeah, you heard kind of the bits and pieces. So are you gonna go down, or are you with Lucian, or are you gonna stay in your room and kind of keep an eye on Irina?
They know where to find me. I'm keeping
Okay.
an eye on Irina.
Sweet.
Yeah, and I'm
Then-
not too worried about Graveborn. I'll probably head down as well since I saw him
With
leave.
Lucian? Okay. So Lucian and Isabel, you head to the bar. There is just the owner there at this time. And most of the patrons have left because it's getting pretty late. So there may be like one or two of the commoners left at the bar, and then it's just Mr.
How long ago did they throw him out?
At this point, I'm going to say within the last hour.
Okay, I'm wondering if it even took Jezebel that long to get back there.
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
thinking.
in other words, is he being thrown out right about now?
Well, no, because while they were having their talk at the I'm just gonna say the mayor's, because at this point I know I will say the actual name wrong. At the mayor's house, they left kind of as soon as Isabel showed up with Bruce. Like they left with Broski as soon as Isabel showed up. So it was Isabel watching Xander flirt with the two guards, and then their conversation up there, and then they came down. So I would say it was probably close to an hour ago that he was thrown out.
Okay, so any chance Archimedes could catch up with him?
What is Archimedes?
He's fast.
I know he's fast. I just don't know his exact.
Yeah, the
travel
bad side is he's got to know where he's going.
Yeah, he has
Yeah,
to know.
and that's the other thing I'm going to ask is about where did they send you?
Did I see the direction that they took him when
Westgate.
was entered?
You saw kind of the rough direction. So his fly speed is 60 feet. The guards can move. I gotta do math. The one thing they never tell you about D&D is how much math you gotta do. So the
You got a
guards.
calculator, right?
Okay, so he can travel twice. He can fly twice the speed as the guards can walk. So I'm going to say he did catch up and see that the guards threw him out of the building.
Okay. Before he left, I wrote a quick note.
Okay.
But gave it to him to hold on to, and gave him basically strict instructions of what to do.
Okay. So I'm going to jump back to Broski, and then we'll cover what's going on at the inn, unless you think the inn is going to lead you guys to finding Broski. I'm gonna ask that real quick.
If Archimedes finds him, because I'm leaving the minute Archimedes rolls out, and I'm not going to where Archimedes is going. I'm not going to where Broski is.
Okay. So then Archimedes is going to watch this battle unfold. So Broski, I need you and my lovely swarm of bats to roll initiative. Don't forget to click your token.
Oh man.
All right, so
Like the bats are first.
Yeah, the bats are first.
And second and third and fourth and fifth and
when I left earlier, no, never mind. It's all good. I have my shield and my sphere ready.
Okay. You know, if they're not vampire bats, there's only a really good chance that they have rabies.
Yay.
All right. They do have some lovely resistances, though. All right. So there are 4 swarms. So it's going to be 4 attacks. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. I'm assuming the 6 does not hit. So does a 22 or 23 hit?
What do you think?
I'm thinking yes.
Yes.
All right. So then you take
Wait. Those are 4 swarms of bats?
4 swarms of bats.
Oh, you're so screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah. kind of why I asked
I
about it. All right. So you
I
are
am calling
taking
out
14. You are
19.
taking 19 damage.
19 damage.
19 damage.
Wow.
Yeah, out of 36.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Down to 17.
Mhm.
Oh man.
So I will state that Lucian, you do see the 4 swarms of bats kind of surround Broski.
Okay, but let me clarify. Archimedes is too far away for me to see through his eyes right now.
Yes. But
But
Archimedes does see that. Would
okay,
he then-
Archimedes does see the bats. Got it.
Yes, and he does see them attack Broski.
He will fly right in front of one of the bats, past
Yeah.
Broski, and fly away in a certain direction to the northwest side of the town.
Okay. So you're doing that to give one of them disadvantage real quick, and then he'll fly back towards you. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, he's gonna keep flying that way.
Mhm.
Hopefully, Broski gets the idea.
Okay, should I roll for perception to see if I see him?
I mean, I'm gonna say you see the owl.
He's obvious. He's a big white owl
Yeah.
that you should be familiar to you.
Yes.
It's a mimic.
So I'm going to say the one that he gave the disadvantage to would be the one with the, I'm going to say the lowest rolled is a 15 hit.
No.
Okay. So then you only take 14 damage.
Wow.
There we go. All right.
I have regrets.
So now it's your turn, Percy.
Down to 3 points.
No, you're not.
What do you mean?
You only took 14 damage instead of the 19.
Oh,
So you
I thought
should
you
be
said
at
I took
22.
another 14 damage.
No,
Okay.
you only took 14.
Well, you can say
Oh.
nice words about him at his funeral, Xander. Start working on that eulogy.
So,
Broski, it's your turn.
You know,
Okay,
can you
so I'm at
use that
22.
charm thing at a funeral? Would it help?
It would
So-
charm 4 people.
A 22 does hit. So which of the swarm are you going after?
I'm sorry?
Which of these swarms of bats are you going after?
No, my current hit points
Your
are
current
now
hit-
back at 22 instead
Yes.
of 17.
That's what they
Just-
should be.
Just confirming. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So,
Your hit points are equal to the bats. It's fine. Which swarm of bats are you hitting?
well, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay.
And
Is that an action or bonus?
it's a
action?
bonus action.
Okay.
So I'm going to scream at the top of my lungs. I was trying to do everything I could. I follow all the rules. I do things. I follow the true and the way that I'm supposed to do things, and I get screwed over like this, and now I'm being attacked by all these bats.
Enough to drive you batty.
And I am just wringing my hands at the sky. I did not deserve this. I'm trying to. Would I be able to roll for intimidation on these bats?
Is that the ambulance coming for Browski?
It might be.
No, they would have
That's
turned the sirens off.
Technically, you can because it's not immune to being intimidated.
Well, do the bats understand him?
I don't know, but it says that they're immune to being charmed, frightened, grappled, paralyzed, petrified, prone, restrained, or stunned.
Cool.
It says nothing about being intimidated. And all right, so intimidation versus, I was like, I'm gonna say investigation to see if you're actually going to be. All right, let's see. Okay, so they are intimidated. I'm going to say I'm just doing one for all of them because I don't feel like doing this 4 times.
Fine.
So they're all intimidated. But it doesn't mean they're not going to attack.
I know. I'm also screaming out to the heavens, I need the help of something higher. I do not want any more of this. I need somebody to listen to me.
Cut to Xander telling Isabel, look, I'm telling you, he's fine. He's going to be okay out there, okay? There's nothing that's going to happen. He can protect himself.
Uh-huh.
She's not paying attention to you, by the way. At this point, you don't.
In his best Captain Kirk impression, you just see Broski going, Xander!
Right. So, Broski, that's your turn because you've attacked.
Okay, so
yes.
Back to what I was doing. I aim Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
At the.
You've already used your
swarm of
bonus
bats.
You did use your bonus to intimidate.
For.
Okay, so that's bonus to intimidate.
Oh yeah, Shield of Faith. Sorry. Yes, use your bonus for Shield of Faith.
Oh, okay. Then I'm sorry. Never mind. I start feeling something reaching out.
Okay.
I start feeling something really strong.
Okay.
And powerful.
Okay.
Surging through me.
Okay.
I aim my hand at the bats in front of me, and I emit an eldritch blast.
You didn't multi-class into Warlock.
I did not.
Oh, you you did the Magic Initiate. That's right. All right. Which one are you going to try and then roll your Eldritch Blast?
I'm going to go for the biggest swarm. They're all the same?
They're all the same.
The one in the middle.
So this one? There's 4 of them. There are 2 on each side.
Yeah, the one that's above me.
So this one?
Right here.
Okay. Roll your Eldritch Blast. Let's see if it hits.
Okay.
An 8 does not hit. So you miss. So I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's the bat's turn again. All right. Does an 18 hit? Because I'm pretty sure 9 and 11 don't.
No, it does not.
Okay. Then they all miss. I think they're all between your intimidating presence and your Eldritch Blast energy. They're a little scared. So now it's your turn again.
Okay. I'm going to so as a reaction to them approaching me, would I have been able to use my opportunity attack?
No.
Polar Met? No?
No.
Okay. Are they just high above me and that's why?
Pretty much.
Okay.
You just kind of swooped down and attacked.
Gotcha.
And also we've done a round and a half of action.
Okay. Okay. So now I'm going to cast, let's see. I'm going to try for Eldritch Blast again.
Okay.
Okay.
That misses. And then, all right. So I'm going to say that, yes, I know Archimedes is very fast. Is he heading back towards the inn? Like, where was Archimedes heading? You said to the west side of town, so is he heading back to you?
Yeah, if Browski didn't follow, he will swoop back by
Okay.
in front of Broski, and fly off again.
Okay. So Broski, you see kind of Archimedes kind of circle around you. I'm gonna say as well as an owl can, giving you a what the fuck look. Like, why aren't you following me? And then he starts flying off towards the west again, or towards the east from where you are.
I scream at the bird, why would I want to follow back that way?
Okay.
They threw me out.
Okay. I'm going to say Archimedes is intelligent enough to just keep going. So in a few rounds, Archimedes will reach the town. Because according to this, he's about half a mile away. And that's more than 240 feet. So it's going to take a couple of rounds. All right. So Broski, are you attacking the swarm at all? Or are you just standing your ground?
I'm going to use a dodge action.
Okay. So you're going to dodge their next attack.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's only going to work on one of their attacks.
No, dodge.
It worked
dodge,
on all the zombies last time.
It's
Okay.
it's on all attacks.
You tried your Eldritch Blast as your action.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was my action, but this time I'm using dodge.
But you already tried Eldritch Blast, and
This
only
turn.
rogues get dodge as a bonus action.
So I'm not allowed to take the dodge stance.
Because you did Eldritch Blast, no.
It's
Right.
actually an action to do the dodge.
Okay, gotcha. All right. I cast Hunter's Mark on the same bats, and I'm gonna try and Eldritch Blast again.
Well, no, you've already. So you attacked.
Then-
with
so what
Eldritch
am I
Blast
doing?
Already? That's what I'm asking you. Do you have any other bonus actions?
No, nothing I
Okay.
can. No other
I
bonus
believe
actions.
Hunter's Mark is a bonus action. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
he can use
well.
that. Yeah.
But it only does damage if he hits, if I remember.
Yeah, but it will
Right.
mark one
But he
owl.
can still mark it for next time.
Okay. So
One
then,
bat.
and you want to mark the one. Which one do you want to mark? The one right above you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. There we go. Hunter's Mark. There we go. All right. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. Does a 21 hit?
Yes.
Okay, so then you take 5 more damage. Oh, you did the dodge action. Never mind.
So
So then I have disadvantage, and I guess the
Right.
21 is the lower of the two. Never mind.
yeah.
So you do take the 5 damage.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are you gonna dodge again and just kind of keep dodging until Archimedes heads back?
No, I have
Okay.
no reason to go towards there. I'm actually gonna dash towards the wizarding
Okay, the wines.
the
All right.
wines.
So you're gonna disengage and well, if you dash.
Disengage.
Okay, so you're gonna disengage and then move 30 feet. Okay. I mean, I'm going to be honest. If you do that, their fly speed is 30 feet, so they're gonna follow you.
That's fine.
Okay. So you're just
Well,
gonna keep.
I got nothing really.
Well, if
Honestly,
you
I think I've come to the end of this character.
if you take the chance of them getting an opportunity attack on you, and you just run, you can do 60, which means they have to dash, which means they can catch up, but they wouldn't have an opportunity to attack you as long as you keep running.
You know, honestly, my plan for when I get to the vineyard is to set it on fire.
You do realize the vineyard is miles and miles away.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're never gonna make it.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that this character, although I've tried my best to give it as much as I could, I don't think it's really a one person kind of character. It really can't handle things on its own. And
I mean, you're not terribly far from the town. You could.
oh no, I'm not going back to town. Like I that's the last thing I would do. This character is sick of, dealing with all that stuff, and I think that realistically, um, it's it's just that he's had so many people tell him that he's stupid and that he can't do anything and stuff like that, and then being thrown out of a town because he was trying to make people happy. I think he just wanted to get away from things.
Real quick, are you okay, Sean?
Yeah, I'm okay. No.
Okay.
This is more or less like that whole thing is more or less like I didn't expect it to go this way, but this character does not want to be a part of any team right now, especially because it seems like anytime he tries to get in line with people, people are always, throwing him away. I'll tell you, some of his backstory is that he's actually part of a kingdom where you essentially either conquer or you are conquered. And he's just tired of fighting and trying to hang out with, this group of people. Essentially, he got this letter to go to this spooky place. There really hasn't been a whole lot of stuff for him to do personally, and I'm sure that would develop later. But I don't think he's going to go back to the town. I think he's probably going to die on his feet, and I think that's more or less how I think he would want to go. Because
as a player, I really want to come rescue you, but as a character, I'm already convinced he doesn't know. I mean, I don't think Xander knows the worst of what could happen out there. And Isabel might, but Xander doesn't. I think he truly thinks that you'd be okay out there for one night.
That's kind of one of those things where, some characters would be. I don't think he has the wherewithal to go back to the town, and I think he's more or less offended that people are trying to have him go back to a place he's been thrown out of, because he was thrown out of his own kingdom, and then like he became a mercenary, fought for nothing really, and it's I think it's more or less he would want to die out of spite, because it's just not worth it to deal with all the crap with all these people. He's too dumb to understand that if he goes to town, he'll probably be fine. But
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I did have a plan to smuggle him into town. So
here's the question I'm going to ask you, Sean, and I'm okay with any answer. I want it to be honest.
Sure.
Is part of this because you want to play a new character, or is part of this because you think it's actually what your character can do? Because
both, actually.
Okay. Because
So,
if it's you're just tired, you want to roll up a new character, we can talk about that after we're done. If it's like you trying to do like my character, for lack of a better term, this is what my character would do, kind of character suicide at this point. I am more than happy, since it seems like at least some of the rest of the team want to continue with your character.
Well,
I am more than happy to fudge it and say that Lucian, and the team find him basically unconscious, and that we can go from there. But it is ultimately your character. It is your choice. But I'm giving you that choice. Is basically they will all find you unconscious either later that night or in the morning, or you can just kind of go out and roll up a new character for next week.
No, I'm kind of just telling you that realistically, whatever happens, he might not die. But the thing is, I think that he is not really the neutral person he was. His plan right now is to go set fire to a vineyard to hurt the people that threw him out of that town. I don't think that's a good person. I think that he's just gone insane,
Okay.
you know. And so he thinks the best thing for him to do is to take it out on other people. I don't see there being much redemption for this guy.
Okay.
So
So I just want to make sure. So you just want to be done with Broski and roll up a new character. Is that what you're
I
saying?
mean, you could use him however you want in other ways. That's something you can do as well.
It's your character. I want you to be happy with what you're playing.
If it helps, I think that there absolutely is always a possibility of redemption. But what I think Sarah Lynn is saying is that if you want to stop playing him, you can. If you want to keep playing him, you can. And so, like, regardless if we want Brusky around or not, it's really your decision, and we don't want you to feel pressured one way or the other.
I appreciate that, and I'm 100% fine. I don't want anybody worried about me. I'm just thinking that this character he doesn't really think about the bigger picture. And so right now he's just thinking about angry things and doing bad stuff to hurt people.
And that makes sense.
I kind of have a little bit of a exhaustion with trying to, find something fun about this character. I mean, I'm throwing things that I think are fun into it, but I don't really feel like he's a fun character. And I tell you the truth, if there was something I could have done that could have been like a heroic throw yourself on the grenade type of thing, I would have done that a while ago. But
I think that this moment, actually, you feeling this way, leads to a very interesting character growth moment going forward, if that's what you want. If that's what you want.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. And if Sarah Lynn wants to take the character, have them disappear, and arrive as something else entirely, like I've noticed there's like some characters that are through these towns, they look like they may have been changed somehow or whatever. Like I don't know why these guys look like, I imagine they're all looking blue. Like the one guy who was back in the other town who's helping the shopkeeper. I don't know why he's blue. Although I don't really know like all the races that exist in Barovia and all that, but I kind of imagine that they're like people that are just exhausted with doing things, and so they just like, they just fall in line with what Barovia is, which is kind of hell. And so I don't know. Although like I wish I could kind of make something a little bit more fun, to be honest. Because yeah, no offense to anything. Like I actually enjoyed the jokes and everything, but it's kind of the only joke that can be made about this guy because he's like a big dumb idiot,
And if that's something, do you personally not like that, or does your character just not like that, or both?
Oh no, like the character probably doesn't even realize that they're making fun of him.
Okay.
But I'm kind of getting like,
if you don't like it, I will absolutely stop.
No.
Like we can.
I wouldn't want you to stop that about this guy. And I know that's kind of sounds like catch-22 or whatever, but the realistic, he is just a big dumb idiot, and he's kind of one note. So I think that everybody else has a little bit more to play with. So I like to make somebody else that could be more pliable, if that makes more sense.
If this helps, I think it's most important to take into consideration that you should always be comfortable playing who you're playing. And if you
Sure.
don't like the character that you're playing, absolutely feel free to do something else. If it's on the other side of that though, just because he doesn't seem like he has layers doesn't mean that he doesn't. And also sometimes it's the characters that are like that can help other characters who have more obvious layers develop as well, and can help be more of the glue and the constant reassurance of I'm here, I'm a real person, I've got my fears, and and it's like it takes the comic relief to help build the straight man, and the straight man would be boring without the comic relief, and the comic relief would just be all fart jokes if it wasn't for the straight man. So it's kind of like everybody needs a little bit of that. I think everybody has a role to play.
Yes. But honestly, I think I'd rather try something new.
Yeah, then feel free, please. I think no matter what, you stick around or you don't, you're going to have you will and have made an impact on the rest of the party.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's no problem. Like if they find him, expired or whatever, I'm sure that's going to have an impact on others.
Xander for sure.
I'm just, I don't know. It's like bubblegum that's lost its flavor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's understandable. Yeah. I mean, I think the last thing any of us want is you to play a character that feels bland to you.
Yeah,
and because at the end of the day, we can tell you how much we love Broski, but what matters most is how you feel about playing him.
Yeah,
for sure. And I gotta be honest. I think I was mostly at fault for kind of like, just like diving into the whole like, oh yeah, he's just dumb. That's it. And I'm sorry to everybody else.
My friend Molly, when I got her into D&D for the very first time, she played a prissy princess who hated everyone, was kind of, in her words, a bitch to everyone. None of the party members really liked her. And she kind of felt like she trapped herself into a corner where she wasn't getting respect from the party members. She wasn't, but she didn't want to change her character because that's who she was. And there was a lot of potential for growth, but even her character didn't think that she would take that growth. And so she eventually rolled a new character, exactly what she wanted, and she loves it now. She's even the same class. She's the same class but a different subclass, and loves her new character. She was a druid, and then she became a different kind of druid, and she loves it. So take that into consideration too. It's definitely not the first time I've heard a person play their first character, realize it's not for them, and then know more about what D&D is so they can build a character around what they want.
Yeah, like there's another character I've played in the past that basically over time, because he just had all these trust issues coming up, and he's just like paranoid of everything, just and so he was like, I can't trust this person, can't trust that person. It's just basically like paranoia, and that kind of developed over time. That was fun because like it
I mean,
I'd like to stretch a little bit more and stop being like just one note.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And I mean, if you wanted to try that with Broski, I mean, everyone received a letter. There is some information in the letter that Broski received that he could take. But also, if you want to try it with a completely new character, like you can.
I kind of feel. I feel a little bit bad that I'm saying it right now, just fighting a bunch of bats. But
no,
I mean,
he definitely doesn't want to go back to the town, and he definitely wants to set fire to something right now. So I don't really. I can let him like scream off into the darkness, and you can figure out what you want to do with him.
I mean,
I'm just feeling a little bit like a little too. You know how if you're wearing like you just came out of the rain and you're just like, I feel kind of soaked. That's what I feel like.
Okay.
Yeah, and I apologize. I really apologize to all the other players.
No, it's okay. I think we've done what, maybe six sessions or so, and I mean that's.
And then everybody keeps promising, oh, you're gonna get a new character, and I'm like, well, maybe. But
I think
never
you said that
see
more
the-
about Xander than about anybody.
Well,
and I
mean,
think it's kind of the joke of Curse of Strahd is kind of
Oh, yeah.
the overall joke. Like a lot of, and I'm not gonna lie, I was pleasantly surprised because I added things to the death house for you guys. Like there was probably twice as many things as you fought as were originally in the
Sure.
death house. But one of the big jokes is that it takes 2 or 3 characters to get through the death house, and you guys survived. And I'm very proud of you all for that.
Yeah.
But like the biggest thing is playing a character you want to play. So
Yeah,
if you were no longer having fun with Broski, you don't
Can
think
I-
there's a way that, he could have some sort of transformation, because Barovia is kind of a transformative place. It has the potential to change a lot of facts. Like I think some, if not most of you in the various letters that you've received, have gotten pieces of information that could cause that. And I'm not saying it has to, I want you guys to have fun and play your characters the way you want to play them.
Yeah.
And if you're not enjoying Broski, if you're not having fun, with the character,
I mean,
with
I've had
where the character is
fun.
going, well, no,
I've
I'm
had
saying,
fun, but it's like it just feels
If it
like
could be
I'm
better.
headed in one
Then-
direction, and there's no like there's
You're
no like other path.
okay, you're not seeing another path.
The
Okay.
o- yeah, I mean, like okay.
Yeah,
Can
no,
I ask
yes.
everybody
Go
like
ahead.
out of game?
Mhm.
Yeah.
What exactly happens with oath breakers?
That
Both
I don't
breakers?
know much paladin stuff, so it's not me.
It's so it's a paladin that breaks. You got to realize paladins in older D&D were always lawful good by
Right.
definition, had to be. And if you didn't follow the strict lawful good path, you would break your oath, and then originally you would just lose most of your powers and become just a fighter. But eventually they came up with, well, what happens if they become an evil version of a paladin? They've broken their oath, they've gone a different direction. And actually one of the first Dungeons and Dragons books, the Dragon series, the Twilight, whatever, one of Tracy Hickman books, Margaret Weiss, Tracy Hickman, had a fallen paladin as the bad guy. And I think it was actually an undead version of one.
Yeah.
But
Lord Soth.
yeah.
Interesting.
And I haven't read that in over 30 years. So
It's okay. It's okay.
It's been a minute for you.
How
Yeah.
would you feel if I tried that out?
well, there's you got to realize that there are issues.
Right.
First off, there's a lot more leeway in that nowadays. I believe the current oath breaker just means that you broke your oath,
Yeah.
and those oaths are different now. You could be the person, the vengeance paladin that gave up and said, enough, I'm not killing anyone else. And that's an oath breaker.
Well, I think I'm conquest. So
Same thing.
would it be the opposite
in the old
conquest?
in the old days, paladins got their power straight from deities and things like that.
Yeah.
In 5e, it's all about your oath. So
Right.
So if you-
technically, you could be an oath breaker if you started as one oath and had a change of heart and changed to something else.
Right. Yeah.
so like with
Still
oath-
without becoming an actual oath breaker subclass.
Oh, but it sounds kind of like a dark kind
Yeah.
of character,
Mhm.
though.
yeah. I mean, yeah, because if you're oath of conquest and you decide you don't want to conquer, you want to do more. And
Like
this is yes, with me having almost finished my drink.
Start a revolution.
Look at Oath
So-
of Redemption.
Oath of Redemption.
Huh.
Just
Oath of
take a look at
Redemption.
that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put a pin in this, and could we just have you guys continue on with your thing? I'm going to look some stuff up.
Okay. So
All
then,
right,
yeah,
and
you
I'm
want-
really sorry, guys.
No, the
No,
one
no.
thing
I've
you
got-
never have to apologize for in a D&D game is when you think your character has run his course or
Yeah.
you've lost the feel for him and
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
just need a change. It's
Yeah.
your character. You never have to apologize for it.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
thank you. I will look into Oath of Redemption. I'll see what I see, but I'm also kind of leaning towards maybe starting a different character,
Exactly.
Yeah.
only because it sounds like I could try and Sarah Lynn explained to you how irritating I am when trying to figure out what kind of character I want to be.
You keep
I
going through.
vaguely remember the beginning of the campaign with stuff like that.
Can
Yeah,
I make a recommendation
reason-
on that? What you need is something that gets a difference every level or two, so that you have something to immediately look forward to. And I would recommend in that at
something
lower
goal
levels,
based.
at lower levels, it would be Warlock gets something almost every level.
Right.
But also look at just a straight fighter, not the champion one, the one with maneuvers, because you get more feats or ability score increases than any other class. I mean, it is really big. You can look at the basic one everyone takes, the
Eldritch Knight.
Master.
Wait. What'd you say?
Battle Master.
Battle
with the
Master.
maneuvers.
With all the
Oh, yeah.
maneuvers, which are really cool and really are one of the best. But the other thing you mentioned was Eldritch Knight. There are some disadvantages to Eldritch Knight. If you read really deep into it, there are little hangups in it. But
and especially if I was an Eldritch Knight and completely no wisdom, no intelligence, that would be like pointless.
No, actually, that could work, because if you look at the type of spells you're taking, they don't need those stats to succeed really well. But I would look at either either the weapons master, battle master, because those maneuvers can be really cool and you can switch them more frequently now with the Tasha's.
That's cool.
That accompanied with the fact that you can get a ton of feats and you can come up with combinations of feats. I mean, especially if you started with a variant human, you would already have your first 2 feats, and you would be looking at getting your next one at 6. And if you look at combinations of feats, you can do some amazing things with them. I mean,
it could be kind of cool.
Just taking what you had, the Polearm Master and the Sentinel combined is a nasty combination.
It could be.
And then when you add to that Great Weapon Master, you can start doing some really sweet things. But that's just one of the things where you're getting a lot of stuff quickly. Right. And I think that's what you're looking for. The other one to look at would probably be Warlock.
Mm-hmm.
But look at the Raven Queen one, Bladelock. Hexblade. That gives you, I mean, it still keeps it kind of basic. And the major complaint about Hexblade is that your Eldritch Blast is really strong, but if you look at your Eldritch, the Hexblade doesn't always match up to it. But if you look at that combination, you can do some really sweet things with the Hexblade Warlock, and the good stuff just keeps coming. Like every level or every other level, you get something really cool.
Yeah, I've looked into that, and
then I will say, as someone who is a Warlock main, Warlocks are really fun.
Warlocks were the it took me forever to get used to trying to take a Warlock, because they're the ones that everyone dips into to get something powerful. Or the biggest rules loophole right now is the Paladin lock. I forget what they call them. Half Paladin, half Warlock, where essentially you get 2
the Pallock.
Yeah, and that 2 max concentration. That's, again, I wouldn't I wouldn't multi-class because that again is going to take away your something new every level or every other level.
I mean,
but that's just some general advice on, I've gone through that before, especially when you get into really slow. I mean, fortunately, this campaign is very quick, especially in progress.
And that's been a benefit. And I like to see like things. There's a lot of wonderful things that are going on. Mm-hmm. I just feel like maybe I've picked too basic of a archetype. Is just like dumb guy with sword. Maybe I should have tried to go a little bit aspire for more.
think of maybe
dumb guy with two swords.
Yeah, exactly. You realize, okay, for instance, I have not cast one smite this entire campaign. I really haven't, and there hasn't been a real reason for me to do it. And that's just like one thing about being a paladin. I think that was supposed to be like the best part about it. And I'm kind of just like, okay, I've been chewing on this steak for just forever. I'm kind of just like, I'm craving vegetables, like. But anyway, I was considering certain things. I'll be happy to have that go on from next week if we get that.
Well, the 27th we won't be playing because
So it gives you 2 weeks to think about it.
Yeah. True. And we can.
It all boils down to finding what you want to play.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's nothing that anybody else has done. I just didn't pick something that I thought had lasting power. Like, and yes, I'm a wall.
You didn't have like the idea of what a lot of it's a lot easier to know what you want when you know how the game works. And now that you have a better idea of D&D, it's a lot easier to form maybe you can take inspiration from the NPCs or even our characters. It's like, oh, he likes doing that, so I want to pick something that I like doing, and so that could
I don't feel like I really compliment any other characters. Like, everybody else seems like a genius compared, but that really isn't like the thing I was trying to go for. But I do want to try other stuff, like see how that goes. On the other hand, I don't want to leave you guys in a lurch, because essentially, like, I know that I'm usually one of the two people to put ourselves in the front, and I don't want to leave everything all on Graveborn. And so,
actually, don't we have Isabel can also do frontline?
Yeah, Isabel's
kind of order. Yeah, but she has the 2-weapon fighting. She can do something.
I mean, if not, we can shove Xandra up front. No one cares about that. So.
And part of balancing the fight is on the DM. Because obviously I want to try and make it challenging for you. Unfortunately, my role for the random encounter was 4 swarms of bats.
That's not the problem. I think the problem.
No, I'm just trying to say, overall, and this is one of the reasons why personally I am not a huge fan of random encounters. I get kind of the idea of it is, to bring the uncertainty and everything. But because with some of them, on this random encounter sheet, some of them are crazy. Some are like a D8, 1D8 of werewolves. And if you all are level 1 and I roll 1D8 werewolves, even if it's 1 werewolf, you're fucked.
Pretty much.
So we still run or climb trees. That's bottom line. And that's what what I find really disappointing about Browski leaving now. Had you stayed pretending to be my helper one more time, I would have had the honor of losing 6 out of 5 of my followers.
You still can. I also I feel really bad having not figured out, and this was not something my character could figure out, that when you cast a spell, that it's not permanent. And so when you're pulling things out of that chest, I think you said that they were non-magical items, but I really wasn't sure what you meant by non-magical items, but you were pulling them like out of thin air. So,
yeah.
He's asking about the shirt. He's wondering about the shirt. I think we
No,
all.
no, no. He's not wondering about the shirt. You're wondering about the shirt.
Everybody knows about the shirt except you, Sam.
right. Right.
He's wondering about the vial of the ashes we'll put in.
Yeah, like I had a big stink about that last time, and I was just like,
well,
this doesn't make any sense.
Well, and some of that stuff, I will admit, are things that I either knew or have learned since then, of kind of like the behind the scenes, the backstory of it. And
I
some
still
of that
don't know how it's done, even though I know
you're
how
not
it's done. It's
meant to right now. I will state
Right.
that.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, Lucian doesn't know how it was done.
That I do believe.
But
and Sean, whoops.
Sorry.
Sean
Hello,
down. Sean down.
I didn't hear a crash in the other room, so that's why I wasn't worried.
My leg started cramping. I apologize.
No worries.
But like some of it is stuff that I am already planning on revealing later. Because if I feel like if I gave kind of everyone all of the information of their backstory at this point, because technically this is supposed to take you guys to level 10. You're at level 4. You're not even halfway through. It would kind of make the rest of it boring.
Right.
And honestly, there's a few things I'm not 100% sure how it's going to play out. Like,
that's the fun of it.
But yeah, that's the fun of it. But yeah, some of it, and yes.
Well, I want to say one thing to consider as well is don't a backstory is obviously important, but don't think about what happened. Think about what happened to you. So it doesn't matter that your parents died. What matters is how you feel about your parents dying and what that made you into, and how are those feelings going to make you react with somebody like Xander or somebody like Isabel or somebody like Graveborn. And so it's like, don't always think, oh, I have to have the best epic backstory. Think more like, what would he do in these situations in the now, you know? So
I think I gotta just start small and then grow it.
Yeah.
I mean, and one thing I will say, because Sean, you have seen this character, the rest of you haven't. You've heard of her though, Minion. Minion's story is essentially she grew up on another plane with her dad, Cthulhu, and she had a happy childhood. Like, she had an amazing, fun childhood. Her dad showed her her powers, and then he sent her off in the world and was like, hey, like, go out there, like, have people know who I am, and if they don't like it, destroy them. Like, she had a happy backstory. I love her. She is my second favorite character now. But she had that, and you've seen the chaos that she's caused. You've seen the fun. You've also seen the growth. Like, when Jericho left, she was a bawling mess on the floor, like, of their camp. Like, so where they start isn't where they end up. Like, when I started playing Serenity, I had no idea that there was going to be romance, and now her and Lee are a couple, and you know, she tries really hard to be, you know, one of the kind of protectors, healers of the group. She secretly competes with Grand and loses pretty much every time. It's fine.
She actually does more healing than I do.
Huh?
She actually does more healing than Grand does.
Yeah.
I like these backstories, to be honest, to the point where I'm looking at my own and I'm looking at like what I do, and I feel like, and forgive me if I'm wrong here, but it feels like every week I'm just coming in and without meaning to, I just feel like I'm just a running fart joke, and like
I don't see you that
and
way.
that's supposed to be Xander's role.
Right.
Wait. You didn't mean to be the running fart joke?
Well, you know, just like I don't know.
I will say I liked, and Xander and I both like that that Xander and Broski can be kind of like the goofballs. But between us, ironically, Xander is more of the straight man. When in terms of the like literal term, and only in that sense.
Sure.
But
well,
like,
I thought that he was bi, to be honest.
No, I mean in terms of like you put the two people together.
I can understand Xander being a straight man. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. But anyway, no, like, please.
Yeah, so like I look at Isabel and Lucian and Graveborn, and what I like to do with characters in the party is I like to say, what is my relationship with you going to be like? And so I look at I look at different members and I'm like, oh, this is how this is how this is. And with you, with Broski, Xander is like, okay, everyone else is kind of like a little bit more serious. Lucian's a little bit more like fun, but Isabel and Graveborn are a little more serious. But you and Xander, even though he doesn't like get a lot of like just your choices, he also understands that nobody gets a lot of Xander's choices, and he's like, you know what? I feel like we're the oddballs. Let's be oddballs together. So Xander's always appreciated Broski's company. And if you don't feel comfortable playing him, I will say that there's going to be a lot of material and story going forward with Xander's reaction to.
Honestly, I've
not being around anymore.
I know. I've been trying to figure out a character that I can have fun with and would also be a challenge.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to make a druid.
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah. The other important rule is never feel like you have to play a type of character just because you think the party needs it.
Right. Yeah. Don't do that's like Sarah said, it's her job to balance.
Yeah.
We don't need
the first rule is always what you enjoy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are things like for the not so much in the Death House, but the Partoa Cave. Like, I know you guys don't have a bunch of healers. That's why I gave essentially 2 healing potions to each of you. Like,
I don't think we've used any of those, have we?
You haven't.
Also, Sean, keep in mind that Bard, Ranger, Wizard, and Barbarian are not off limits to you. Like, we didn't lock those in, and you can't not use them. They're totally available to use if you want to.
Oh yeah, and like, for example, with Bard, there's several Bard colleges. You can both be Bards. You can be different colleges. If you both want to be Glamour Bards, that's fine.
Yep.
Because you're gonna play them very differently.
Runway rivals.
Yeah, if you want to play Glamour Bard, I've got this perfect suit in my stuff that I can lend you.
No.
Or if you want to play.
This one's clean and mended, and I could stop mending his.
Well, to be honest, I kind of wanted to play more something along the lines of Swamp Thing.
Okay, so like, my first thought is like
Druid.
Sports? Yeah, Druid of sports.
Or Druid.
Yeah. That's what applesauce is.
Yeah, applesauce was adorable.
Really? Okay.
Applesauce is a character, and she's one of the attitude adjusters.
Yeah. And she had a 2-headed dog. Is that what I was understanding correctly?
It's a blink death dog. A blink dog and a death dog had a baby, and so they had a blink death puppy, and so it's a 2-headed puppy that like can warp.
It was very sweet. I got to talk to it today.
Yeah, its name is Apple Dumpling, but Serenity found out today that their name is not Apple Dumpling. Their names are Apple and Dumpling.
Yeah,
that's cool.
But
I was considering I feel really bad about writing this character out like on the side, and like then I'm kind of with this character just kind of
in a way. If
I feel like I'm kind of coming out to you guys, it's like, oh, I can't do it anymore.
That's fine. Like, that is fine. I would rather us have this conversation now than you continue to play him for weeks, months more. Like, and honestly, in a way, like, as bad as this is probably going to sound, in a way, with what's happened now, if Broski dies now, it's also a good way to show the rest of the team that Barovia isn't as safe as you thought it was, because they would just find his corpse basically bitten and beaten to death, and they wouldn't know what did it. So like, if and this is something we can just kind of I'm going to say we can continue this discussion, but story wise, in game wise, what we'll say is basically everyone else is back at the tavern. We will kind of pick up there in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
With them not knowing what happened to Broski, and you and I can continue, we'll all continue to discuss, but we'll figure it out within the next 2 weeks and essentially finalize things in the next 2 weeks. And then we'll find out on the 4th of December? Yeah, the 4th of December. That's when everyone will find out for sure what happens, unless you decide on something tonight.
Cut to Xander talking to Isabel, and I'm telling you, he's okay. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. You don't have anything to worry about.
So, real quick, because I've been wanting to say something, but it's just, I know you guys have you guys' part, but let me say at least a little bit. Sean, I think whatever your decision you make, I would definitely like you to be happy and enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
And so
Thank you.
I hope that with this new character, you enjoy even more, and you have fun with us even more, because in reality, I like playing with you, Sean, and I want to keep playing
Thank you
with
very
you.
much.
And I'd
I
prefer
like playing with you too. This is a lot of fun, and I see what you guys are doing, and you're always doing really great stuff, and I'm like, how can I be more like them?
Practice.
So, I'm just that's the thing. Sometimes I just wing it, and I'm just having fun with it, and that's what I want for you. So if this is gonna get you there, then I'm all for it. But just a quick little snippet. This is not to convince you any other way, but let me tell you what you mean to Isabel real quick. Isabel never looked at you as just some dumb guy. You made mistakes, just like all these other knuckleheads, but you, out of all of them, probably had the biggest heart, and she saw it. And because of that heart that you had, she actually learned to trust you more than probably all of them so far, without even having to tell her backstory, to be honest. Like, she told Xander her backstory and felt like it was necessary to gain trust with him. With you, it was different. I mean, when we argued with Lucian in that chapel, and you backed me up. I mean, for me, it was in that conversation we had together with the father, like we were on the same wavelength in a sense, I felt. And with that, you were able to connect with Isabel a lot more easily than anybody else. So just to let you know, the loss of Broski will be felt. And that's the way it would probably go down for Isabel, just to let you know.
Well, if he does go down officially, there will be a lot of words about him to both in game and probably out of game as well, to show you that he is important, and that he is, even if you make a new character, that he will, there will be a Broski-sized hole in the party, and it will be very evident to everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Because Broski took up a lot of space, and that's why there's a big Broski thing.
It's a big space to fill. I know. Thank you.
But no, I'm all for you going for something new that that you enjoy more than what you were doing with Broski. So
I still have a lot of fun. I'm just not having. I'm finding it's feeling limited in what I'm doing, and I haven't really tried to branch out into something else that's like a heavier spellcaster. I've always been a half caster or a fighter, so I'm trying to, figure things out.
Yeah,
but I appreciate it.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask any of us, because we all have different preferences and more experience with certain classes. So
right.
And I think you're Facebook friends with everyone at this point. So if you want to have a private,
then please add me. I'll be happy to add you too.
Feel free to have a private conversation with everyone. If you feel more comfortable with that. And then as far as my end, as the DM, again, I want you to play whatever you're happy with. If especially with warlocks, if you want kind of options, opinions, suggestions, I am full of them.
I will be happy to listen. Actually, if you
but-
guys wouldn't mind messaging me, like, what do you think would make a good member for this team? Like, I'll be happy to read them all.
In my opinion, whatever makes you happy, I will
Yeah.
accommodate as best as I can.
Sure.
It might take a session or two for me to get used to the new party setup.
Yeah.
But I will do what I can because I want you all to have fun.
Cool.
I will admit that's one of the personal pressures I put on myself as a DM is to make sure you're all having fun.
But I've been
that's what
having
I
a
want.
lot of fun. It's just, it's like I said, the bubblegum thing.
Yeah, I know. Get it.
It's a literal example of it's not you, it's me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
We all agree it's Xander.
Yeah. No, he's done a lot to actually make me feel better about the character, to be honest, and so have all of you. And that's why I haven't like spoken up about it before, because like there's been points where I'm just like feeling like, okay, I know that I'm doing things, but I don't feel like I'm learning how to do things better. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to learn how to do things better.
Yeah, and Sean, just to let you know, and Sarah Lynn, I'm gonna say something to you once I finish saying this with Sean. So Sean, just to let you know, like if you want to go Druid, you know, it's a really fun class or fun like thing to play because I mean I played Druid before, and you can even still frontline with Druid kind of if you really want. Like there are ways where you can just be the frontline guy if you still want to be that guy. But you don't have to. You can be a caster in the back and just shoot from a distance and go pew pew and just get them out. You know, like it's all good. If you want to do it, go for it, bro. That's all you, man. And Sarah Lynn, I've loved playing today and it's been fun, but I actually am gonna have to go, unfortunately. Like I said, I wanted to keep going and stuff, but I gotta go here soon.
No, it's fine. I understand.
That's fine.
But
Yeah.
Really
I had
sorry.
fun with you guys tonight. I'm glad you told us how you felt, Sean, so that way we can let you have some more fun than hopefully we've already had. And we can keep going on and playing a great game in 2 weeks, okay?
Yes. December 4th.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
usual
I'll see
time,
you
same
guys.
bat time, same bat channel.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well,
All right.
I'll see you guys, and I'll talk to you guys in the chat, and then we'll I guess meet up together for Christmas Strahd in 2 weeks.
Sounds
Oh,
good. And thank you guys for being so understanding.
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Yeah,
course.
you're a part of the team. You as a player are part of the team, not just Broski.
Trust
Thank
me,
you.
I've been in the same position multiple times. Ask
Yeah,
any
yeah.
DM I've ever played with.
As long as you
Oh,
don't go Matt's route and say goodbye and then come back the following session.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like this is like Johnny and I like Leo knows about this a bit as well. Like Johnny and I had planned like a special thing for Lee and Serenity of like Serenity trying to give Lee a new bow. She has the fucking bow. Like it is in her bag of holding and she hasn't given it to Lee because he has frostbite back.
Yeah, I gave Frostbite my bow to TikTok before he left, and then it was supposed to be like a powerful, like, you know, like you're important to me even if I haven't said it before, and I gave you my weapon, and then he comes back and he's like, here's Frostbite back. I'm here for one more session. I'm like, no.
Hey, in my defense, that was before y'all were even really close to thinking of being a couple.
We had we were very far out from as players we knew, but as characters we had no idea.
Gron has this theory they were hooking up long before that.
No, one of them was a mimic.
I'm gonna
Yes.
Yeah.
Have a
See you
good night,
later,
Leo.
see you guys.
Okay. See ya, dude. Oh, geez.
I'm
you're
also
looking at
going to take off. But if you guys want to play games later tonight, let me know in the group chat, and I'll be down.
Okay, probably in a few.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thinking about getting some
maybe.
Taco Bell, maybe.
Ooh, send me some.
Yeah, I'll
okay.
send you the address.
Okay.
I have your address. actually think I have everyone's address now.
So if we send you an actual blue cup, are you going to be okay with that, or?
I do kind of want to get us all matching blue cups at this point.
Hey.
I'm not gonna lie.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll
we have
see you
other
guys.
stuff that we're going to be sending you guys. So
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yep. Hope you enjoy it too.
yes.
Goodbye, friends.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Later.
Wow.
So, by the way, one of the not well kept secrets, moon druids are party
Circle of the Moon.
Circle of the Moon. It's the shape changing one.
Okay.
Let's just say when people say they can frontline and they say just barely, they're actually making a pun. They're actually one of the best frontliners there is.
Right.
They turn into the bear, and you have to go through all those hit points before they And by the way, their capstone is considered one of the most outrageously powerful in the game.
Really?
Yeah.
Being able to shapeshift at will without.
Well, basically, you find a form that's basically like about 300 hit points, and you can change into it every round anew. So, that guy did 280 hit points to you this round. Okay, shape change. I got 300 more. Next.
Yeah. Like
That's funny.
yeah, and even just out of stuff we watched, just take a look at from Oxventure. Take a look at Marilyn. Like she changes into a bear, she changes into a cat, she changes into a giant squid.
Yeah.
And like she has to go through all of those hit points before
she
changes back into a druid.
Yeah, it seems a little bit more like multifunctional.
I mean, it can be, but it's also useful.
Right, yeah.
Like I'm personally with Marilyn, because that's one that I know you can easily go watch and reference, any of you.
Sure.
The first time she turned into a giant squid, she like shrunk, basically fit herself through like one of those like pole mazes to get to a lever so they could cross a bridge. Like it was useful, it was memorable, like describing how they can get through a hole if anything no bigger than the size of their eye and beak, and watching everyone's reaction. Like those are great moments and great memories. So if you want to go druid, like I'm down for it. Even in our main group with Brockdy, like she'll change into, was it a mountain lion?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's her go-to.
Yeah.
That's cool. She isn't a moon druid.
No, she's a land.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is actually considered to be the weaker of them, but that's because moon druid can do some.
Yeah.
I mean, I think around 10th level or 10th or 12th level, you're actually able to switch, instead of animals, you become elementals. So like, I'm in a dungeon. Oh well, I turn into earth and elemental and walk out.
I am the darkness.
Yeah, and if either way, I'm just using Brockdy as an example because it's the most recent. But like, like she'll just change and either like wander around a dungeon, with her improved sense of smell and pick up on things, or whatever. Like it's just have fun with it. Like that's the biggest thing. And I mean, I think with any class, character, race that you play in D&D, if it's something you find fun, you can make it fun. And yeah, like the crazy thing with our main group, we didn't know each other before we started, and we all just overall picked characters that we thought were fun. Like we didn't go in and say, oh, like we needed, I hadn't played a celestial warlock before, and I was like, you know what, I want to be a warlock who does healing. Like that sounds fun. And I've been having a lot of blast with Serenity, not even just story wise, even though that's been really fun, but even just her powers. Like watching her earlier today, shoot 2 bolts of Eldritch Blast and then bonus healing light someone. Like that was just fun, and I was just like, I can't believe I can do this, and that had nothing to do with the story. But tying it in with the story, like just makes it, for me, more better. Like I love role play. That's my favorite part of D&D. That's actually part of the reason why I'm really enjoying DMing, is because I get to help the story, and I get to be like, hey, You walk into this bar, there's a ton of, townsfolk. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
So I think you just need to, again, I will adjust for whatever you pick. And at least for
Cool.
the other 4 characters, I have a fair idea, I was gonna say, of what they can and can't do.
Yeah.
So it would be easy for me to make that adjustment. The biggest thing I will have to figure out, and I'll be able to do it, is, what kind of, when you got to Barovia, to equal their level, because I'm not going to have you be level 1 and then be a level 4.
Right.
So we would just have to figure out that part of your backstory, which I am 1000% okay with.
Okay. That's
But
fine.
yeah, we'll just need to kind of figure it out, and that's a way you can look at it as well. What would you have fun playing starting at level 4? Because level 1 for most classes is not fun because you're super squishy.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a lot to consider.
It is. But we have 2 weeks. It's not anything you have to consider right away. We can also annoy my mother greatly with talk of D&D.
Right. Are you guys still there?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
No, I'm just trying to figure out if you wanted to take like something to really piss off the DM, which cleric can control undead the best.
Well,
I mean,
you did mention being a rogue barbarian, and then like being able to do rage and what was it?
sneak attack.
Backstab, sneak attack, yeah. But I don't know, that does seem a little bit too powerful.
Well, actually, the worst part of that is when you get the reckless attack, which gives you advantage all the time, which means you just walk up and you automatically have advantage, and you automatically backstab because you have advantage.
Even in the front stab?
Yeah, and then
oh my god.
And but there are tricks to it, because you can't do it. You have to do it with a weapon that can do it with dex, but has to be strength based, because you have to do it strength in order to do it right.
Yep.
Or
Which means rapier.
Rapier, but it's a combination, and if you do it with the 2 swords,
a pirate,
you get basically 4 rolls to try and crit every round, and if you do 4, it's nasty.
That does sound nasty.
I played that in a IRL game where the DM actually had us roll, and I'm miserable at rolling stats. So you rolled stats, and I'm miserable, and I said, no guys, I don't want to roll, because if I rolled, I'm going to get like 8, 6, 5 or be my scores. Here, let me show you. And I rolled an 18, and I went, ooh, can I keep that? Because it's like I'm trying to prove how bad my rolls are, and I've rolled better than I have in my entire D&D career.
You caught the biggest fish you ever caught.
Yeah, and I just took that and I said, well, there's only one thing I can do with that, and that's take a person who has both the 3 stats you need to actually do the whirling dervish thing right, which is you have to do your strength, con, and dex all really high. So yeah, that was tough, and it blew away. It was really cool. So I knew it was neat, but that's
fun.
an easy one to pull off. And again, it takes a while to get started. So multi-classing generally does. So again, if you want something to look forward to, and Druid has a lot, because not only do you have, especially if you do Moon Druid, you got 2 sides to it, because you got your shape changing frontlining, and you have your spell casting, and they're kind of exclusive. So you got to look at what you can do each level with both, and there's a lot to work on with that.
Right, and there's also like the druid that can cast like animals and stuff like that, which is shepherd. Sounds like fun.
Fetch.
Attack!
No,
Yeah.
Fetch is my shepherd druid.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm sorry.
He's a ratified goblin.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's cool.
There are, yeah, a lot of good things you can do with them.
Yeah.
But you know, the moon druid is something that a lot of people, there's a lot out there on it just because of the fact that they shape change like no other, and you can do amazing things for it.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. But
You could
yeah.
also, another fun thing to do
What?
if you really want to piss off the DM, take a divine swirl sorcerer, or sorry, not divine swirl, basically any of the sorcerers. When you get to 9th level, you turn 2 of your party members into Godzillas, and have them start running around you.
Yeah, you're talking to someone
Wow.
who is currently planning on making Serenity a divine soul sorcerer.
Well, when you're 9th level, well, first off, Serenity you would have to multi-class, so that would be a while
Yeah.
for you 9th level, because you can't cast the 9th level spells until you have, or the 5th level spell rather.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, it actually I think it may even be 4th level. Anyway,
Unless you completely respect out a warlock.
that's true.
Uh,
You can
That
completely
would not
respect.
be happening.
But
Mm,
the really cool thing, well, I mean, I had one of my first 5th edition characters was a sorcerer, and what was really neat was not necessarily taking the attack, but helping party with it. And
right.
when I went into this thing and we had 2 barbarians, and we walked into this thing that had like 12 hill giants, and so you're talking, almost over 1,000 hit points that we were about to go through to have to beat on, and we were all just around 9th level, and it was perfect. And I went, okay, 2 of you guys, turn them into T-Rexes. They went in, started chopping through a bunch of the giants, eventually got to the point where they get enough hit points that they change back, and then they were barbarians with full hit points, and who started raging, and they were raging and doing their attacks, and so they were like, the poor hill giants were there the next round going, no, please bring back the T-Rexes, please.
See, that's fun. That's fun. There's a lot of options there.
Yeah. But that takes a long time to get there, and it's a slow progression. That's why I would recommend like fighter or warlock are the quick ones. Druid takes a little more strategizing, but you can do a lot with it.
For sure.
I just don't want you to get stuck into the healing only role with Druid.
I guess a little flustered, but still willing to put in effort. That's the thing. I don't want anybody thinking I'm table flipping. I'm more like, oh man, I wish I could do more something else, just like, but I know right now I'm just taking the hits. If I could take hits and do stuff, like if I had like a bow and arrow, just like whatever, it would have been a little bit more to it. But yeah, I think that I've got a lot to figure out.
Okay. Luckily we have 2 weeks to figure it out. So
Yeah.
Not as much pressure.
Sure.
I think I'm about to take off for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yes.
Enjoy.
Okay.
Yes. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
You too.